Good evening, gamers. Man. It's kind of fun how the opening videos will just play. But also... Actually, I wonder if I click, will we just go back to the title screen? Oh yeah, we do. The videos are fun though. It's kind of funny though, right? They just happen every now and then. Oh my gosh. That sound always scares me. Turn down my game volume a bit. For me. But yeah. Maybe I shall just get started here. Oh, it's starting again. Okay. Actually, let me move the monitor. It's a little late a bit earlier. Should be good now. Okay. Start. Oh, that's right, the world was silent. I was like, what was happening? But the world was silent and there were no people around. Wait, wait, I accidentally pressed start instead of continue. Wait. Yes. Hello. Wait! Oops. I need to start the game back up. Give me a second. Oopsies. Start game. I was trying to go back to the title screen, but I just closed the whole thing. Oops. Oops. Okay, give me a second here. But yeah, how are you doing? Just a normal person. Okay, I think we should be good now. Ah, it scared me. Yeah. Okay. Continue, not start. Continue from our save file. This one. Okay, let's see if anything scary happens. It's 1 AM here, but I want to watch this. Oh man. It's so late for you. Hello, Xar, welcome. Yeah, it's just like 6 PM here. You're waiting for the stream? Oh, really? I hope you'll enjoy it then. Okay. World without sound, a world that felt dead. A place which had always been flooded with overwhelming sound, now ruled by silence. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heavy breathing. Very delusional stream. Ooh. Yeah, I guess you guys are time zone buddies. I fell to my knees in the middle of the large street. I couldn't walk another step. The shock had stolen every last ounce of strength from my body. There is no one to my left, to my right, in front of me, behind me. There is no one anywhere. Even though 7 PM on a Saturday night was when Shibuya should have been the most crowded. What was going on? This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes and cradled my head. This was a dream, an illusion. This couldn't be reality. Yes, it was true that I wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life all by myself. I didn't want anyone to interfere with me, and I didn't want to get involved in anything. But that didn't mean I wanted to live in a world where no one existed. If no one else existed, who would pay for my living expenses? Oh, if no one else existed, who would make boxed lunches for me to eat? If no one else existed, who would play ESO with me? If no one else existed. Oh, there's a sound. I'd heard a sound. It hadn't come from me. It'd been from someone else. Someone was here. Someone other than me was nearby. I felt like I had been saved. As I thought, it was just a coincidence. It only appeared like there was no one here. In truth, no one had disappeared. I wasn't the only one left in the world. I was so relieved that I almost started crying. I turned my gaze toward the sound. Oh?
Kimi?
It was a boy in a wheelchair. A short distance away from me, though still in the middle of the intersection, he sat quietly in place. I couldn't quite figure out how old he was. If I had to guess from his size alone, I'd say he looked like he was in elementary school. He was wearing his hat so low that I couldn't see his expression very well. But...
やっと会えたね。
I could hear the boy's voice extremely clearly. It felt like he was whispering directly into my ear, which made me turn around. Of course, there was no one there.
これどうなってるんですか?
Even though he was younger than me, I ended up speaking formally to him.
どうして誰もいないのか? 君は理由を知ってますか? 知ってるよ。
Despite how young his voice sounded, there's nothing childish about it.
それより
I'm scared.
僕のメッセージは受け取ってくれた?
Is this the voicemail? Or something else? Message? What message? I had no idea what he was talking about.
誰だ? 君は
The boy moved his wheelchair forward slightly. The wheelchair was old, and it made a rusty sound as it came closer to me.
その目誰の目?
Whose eyes are those eyes? I was confused. Why he murmured, "Whose eyes are those eyes" just now? Who was he?
目覚めるんだ。早く。
He must awaken.
出ないと、もっとたくさんの人が死んじゃうことになるから。君は一体
I rubbed my eyes to wipe away my tears, and because of that, I was finally able to get a clear look at the boy's face. The boy wasn't a boy. His skin was covered with wrinkles like an old man. His cheeks were hollow. His eye sockets had sunken in to an abnormal extent. His pupils were cloudy, he had no eyebrows, and his body was as small as a child's. Are you us?
将軍だよ。
Oh. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. My head felt like it had been struck by a hammer. The ground was shaking violently. No, my body was falling over. I shot my hands out onto the asphalt to keep myself upright. What had he just said? Shogun. Wakey wakey. He was... Shogun?
忘れないで。君は逃げちゃいけない。
You mustn't run away. I lifted up my head and watched the Shogun, who had already turned his back to me, left Scramble Crossing. His wheelchair was getting farther and farther away, making a creaking sound as it moved. Okay. The thought of chasing after him and pressing him for answers didn't even cross my mind. I didn't think of running up and punching him in the face for dragging me into this either. I wasn't even remotely a confrontational person. My head started to hurt. The area around my temples throbbed with pain. Still cowering on the spot, I tried to endure it. Are we back? In the world without sound, a discordant noise began to spread, an all-encompassing static. Whose voice was that? Huh? Don't look at me. What had previously been just a random discordant mess of garbled static gradually turned into a real voice. Someone gently placed a hand on my shoulder.
邪魔なんだっつうの。
何してんだろうね。
最近の若いもんは。
なんかのパフォーマンスじゃないの？
タク。While still trying to endure the pain of my headache, I looked up. Oh. The demon girl. Nimi was peering at my face as she stood over me. Eyes that were clear and full of life. Eyes that looked at me and only me. Again, this girl had appeared out of nowhere once again. She wrapped her hand under my arm and tried to make me stand up. I shrieked and shook her off. I came to my senses and looked about. I was still in the middle of the street, but it wasn't deserted anymore. There were people around me in every direction, walking every which way without paying me any mind. Nimi, with a face that looked like she was about to cry, reached out to me once more. Okay. He doesn't want to listen. When I screamed, the throbbing in my head transformed into an intense stabbing pain. Even so, I ignored it, scrambling back on all fours to try and get away from Nimi.
お前だろお前が見せたんだお前の妄想だ僕の心を支配して精神攻撃を
はいはい、放水しようか。
お前なんて剣で殺してやるベースに帰れば僕には理想
She slapped us. An abrupt impact ran through my cheek. It stung with pain and it began to heat up. She'd slapped me. She was going to kill me once and for all. Scurrying back on all fours, I tried as hard as I could to escape with my life. But Nimi quickly grabbed my hand. With strength I never thought a girl could have, she pulled me toward her. Oh. And embraced me. Wow. Her soft form gently enveloped my own. It was so warm, I could smell a tiny hint of sweat. Her silky hair tickled the tip of my nose. It's such an anticlimax. My whole body felt like it was about to give out. Her voice was slightly shaky. I couldn't tell if she was crying or not. Ah. Because the light's turning red. I was so confused. Was she not going to kill me? Why was she helping me? The hallucination from before, where all of the people of Shibuya disappeared, it wasn't something she'd forced me to see? And I felt such a kind, gentle warmth, and she'd embraced me so innocently. It shook everything I had believed up until that point. Could it be that Sakihata Rimi wasn't actually a demon at all? Or was it foolish to believe that? What if this was just a cunning way to deceive me? Regardless, one thing was for sure. With Rimi hugging me, I felt an incredible sense of relief. I had no idea what to call such a strange sensation. Oop. Upon letting go of me, Rimi put my face between her hands, then stared at me once again. Her eyes were slightly red. Okay. For some reason, I nodded. We were standing still, alone in the middle of the empty intersection. A number of people on the sidewalk, waiting for the pedestrian signal to change, were watching us closely. We could hear a few people laughing here and there. Many cars had their headlights trained on us and were starting to honk their horns. Nimi grabbed my hand tightly and started running toward the sidewalk. She pulled me along with her and I followed. the car honking with this music. With countless horns blaring at us, we made it to the sidewalk. Nimi breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. My hand was still in hers. Just being held in this way made my heart feel more and more at ease. I wanted to submit myself to this feeling. I wanted to stay like this forever. Nimi turned back in my direction. Oh, she smiled an incredibly happy smile. I didn't know whether it was real, an act, or what exactly it was. I hope it's real. But... because I had been so hostile to her until now. Because I had thought of her as a demon until now. If I let her win me over like this, I felt like I'd cease being myself. Tahaha. She quickly let go of my hand. I turned my back to Rimi as she started talking cheerfully. I walked off, pushing my way through the crowd of people.
具合悪いんでしょ？
Her voice chased me from behind, but I shook my head in refusal. Aww. The cheerfulness from before had vanished from her voice. I felt terrible considering how much she had done to help me, so I...
ありがとう。
Aw, just barely managed to squeeze out those words. Okay. Oh. The police. To think that the 3 investigative divisions would actually be merged into one. Staring at the detectives gathered in the Shibuya Police Department's conference room, Ran Yosuji thought that to himself. The Inokashira Line Shibuya Station public bathroom homicide case, or, as the media called it to amuse themselves, the vampire case, had caused an increasingly serious drop in manpower. It does not just play break every single girl's heart in this game, he speed runs it. He really does. Taku. When 3 brutal murders occurred within the same jurisdiction within the same period of time, the possibility of a single perpetrator became more and more evident. A suggestion had been raised that Cornelius Tower mass suicide case be handled by the juvenile division, but since the media had been treating it as part of New Gen, there was the possibility that if the police treated the case differently, they would be subjected to criticism. Therefore, it was only natural that the central office had chosen the only remaining option, to merge the several investigation headquarters. With this integration now in place, the group was reviewing the series of New Gen cases one by one. The projection screen at the front of the conference room displayed a series of photographs in the crime scenes, one after the other. Sue had been chosen to hold the presentation. He had stayed up all last night going over the documents endlessly. Good work, Bond muttered internally, chin resting in his hands.
コーネリアスタワー集団投身自殺事件の発生は9月7日っす。です。ニュージェネとマスコミが故障している4つの事件の中では一番最初に発生してます。
Oops. We're getting there in the year.
午後11時半ごろ、渋谷コーネリアスタワー屋上のヘリポートから男女5人が転落、全員死亡しました。5人は全員未成年の高校生、男が3人、女が2人。5人それぞれの爪の間にわずかな肉片が残っており、手のひらに引っかき傷があったことが司法解剖で判明しました。そこから5人は互いに手をつないだ状態で転落したと推測されます。屋上には遺書らしきものはなし。被害者5人は学校帰りに待ち合わせてコーネリアス。なお事件性があることを示す根拠としては、事件があった時間、屋上への扉は施錠されており、その扉のドアノブに被害者5人の指紋は付着してませんでした。また、5人の遺品からも扉の鍵は見つかっていません。このことから被害者以外の第三者が事件前後にその現場にいた可能性があります。その第三者が扉の鍵を持っており、事件前あるいは事件後に鍵をコーネリアスタワーのホテル従業員全員への聞き取り調査は終了。ほぼ全員にアリバイがありました。被害者たち5人には今の家族、友人、学校の教師など5人中4人の関係者が口を揃えて自殺する理由などないと断言しています。
The slideshow swapped to a picture of the second case, the Shibuya Station undergarden fetus homicide case. This is our first time seeing this.
続いて通称妊娠男事件についてですが、事件発生は9月19日、通称集団ダイブ事件から12日後。第一発見者は現場近くのカラオケ店店員。遺体発見は午前5時前後。被害者は渋谷区在住の大学3年生、近衛千鶴21歳。発見された時にはすでに死亡してました。死亡推定時刻は遺体発見の約4時間前。遺体は腹部が不自然に大きく膨れ上がっており、中から胎児が発見されました。司法解剖の結果、被害者は生きたまま腹部を何者かに切開され、胃の中に胎児を入れられたようです。胎児はすでにその時点で被害者が死亡したのは腹部を縫合された後。 縫合した部分をかきむしったり、縫合糸を一部引きちぎった形跡が見られました。胎児は妊娠8ヶ月ぐらいの状態で、母親の体から帝王切開で取り上げられたと考えられます。胎児の母親については今のところ見つかってません。 DNA 鑑定の結果、胎児と被害者にはちなみに胎児の血液型は B 型、被害者の血液型は A 型です。
Suo took a breath. He seemed exhausted from all the talking. Furthermore, he must have been awfully nervous giving a presentation in front of so many senior detectives.
次に第3の事件、丸山町貼り付け殺人事件です。
Crucifixion. After a short delay, the next slide displayed a photo of the crucifixion crime scene. That OST is
これが現場写真
fire.
です。
Oh.
事件発生は9月29日。被害者は太田久志56歳、都東大学教授。
There's a lot less stakes in him than when we saw when we were Taku. But also it kind of looks like he's smiling a little.
第一発見者は現場のすぐ近くのアパートに住む。
Actually, yeah, it looks like they're not in him, but just in his clothes, huh?
被害者の死因は絞殺でした。殺害された後で10本程度の釘を使って貼り付けにされていました。見ての通り、遺体には外傷はほとんどありません。
Yeah, there's no blood also.
釘についても貼り付けは一部肉体を貫通しているものもありましたが、基本的には衣服を通して貼り付けられている状態です。
Huh.
マスコミでは貼り付け、血の惨劇などと歌われてますが、出血は
I'm delusional and did something new.
釘はドイツのクロイツナーゲル社が販売している特徴的な長い、犯人が十字架型をあえて選んだということから、宗教的な事件の起きた21時から21時半の間に現場周辺で壁に杭を打ち付ける音が数十分続いていたという証言が複数得られました。被害者の死亡推定時刻がほぼそれと同じ時間であることから、また信憑性は怪しいですが、事件現場で水明学園の女性と見たという証言も上がってます。最後に井の頭線渋谷駅トイレ殺人事件、通称ヴァンパイア事件です。事件発生は10月10日。遺体発見は午前5時半頃、駅員が発見しました。被害者の身元は今のところ不明。身元を示すような遺留品は一切ありませんでした。死亡推定時刻は前日の午前10時から午後6時。遺体の血液は全て抜かれており、まるでミイラのような状態で放置されていました。ご存知の通り、この写真が何者かによって撮影され、遺体発見より15分ほど前にインターネットのオークションに出品されており、
As he listened to Sua's explanation, Bond gave a light click of the tongue. Seems like death is what's in these days. Oh, Chapter 3, Shogun. Finished Chapter 3, wow. Chapter 4, The Sword. Science City was a pair of buildings located just south of the Shibuya Scramble Crossing. A small plaza rested in front of the entrance to the east building. While it was not nearly as big as the ones in front of Hachiko, the Moyai statue, or other popular destinations, it still found itself used quite often as a meeting place. Even now, around a dozen people were staring at their cell phones, waiting for their engagements to begin. Among those few, only one girl wore an oddly stern expression on her face as she idled, a high school student known as Aoi Sena. She was standing next to the escalator leading down from the Inokashira line station. Popsicle. She leaned her back against a nearby white pillar as she thoroughly scanned the environment with her gaze. In contrast to both the sharpness of her gaze and the season, she was nibbling on a popsicle, which in turn made her appear incredibly charming to the casual observer. In truth, the girl was not waiting for anyone, but was instead quietly observing the passers-by. From where she was standing, she could see all the way to the Jumbotron located at Scramble Crossing. A music video from a famous singer was being displayed on it, and on the lower portion of the screen, a news ticker was reporting the latest information on the recent string of incidents, colloquially referred to as Newgen. Not a day went by without Newgen-related news. It was everywhere: TV, newspapers, the internet, weekly magazines, jumbotrons, electronic billboards. Everywhere. Although Senna had absolutely no interest in the phenomenon, she would often overhear people speaking about it as she passed them by on the streets of Shibuya. Whose eyes are those eyes? Over the past few days, she had begun to see several people wearing t-shirts with those words emblazoned on them. In Shibuya, the phrase had become popular as an obscure meme, and it was now really starting to take off. Despite the brutal scene the words originated from, people happily walked on down the streets, raving about how well the shirts were selling at souvenir shops in Harajuku, a clear indication of how disinterested people were in anything other than themselves. Well, she finished it. But that is kind of crazy. Just wearing words from a crime scene. Senna snorted quietly in a contemptuous display, finished the last bite of her popsicle, and closed her eyes softly without losing her stern expression. Let me see, actually. What does it say on the popsicle stick? Oh, you lose. She listened carefully to the noise of the city. An abundance of different sounds billowed in front of the station on the Sunday afternoon. The roar of trains arriving at the platform, the blaring horns of taxis, people walking and talking, the background music coming from the jumbotrons, and from inside the Sign City stores, the announcements telling people how to safely ride the escalators. The sounds were never allowed to end. Before one sound finished, another one would appear, creating a multi-layered discord that rang throughout the station. In the midst of all the discordant noise, Senna focused her attention only on the people's voices. Her mind blocked out all other sound, and their words soon became clear.
結局全部同じ犯人なのかな。
違うってニュースで言ってたぞ。手口が違いすぎるって。
なんかっつうバンドの歌詞と一緒らしいじゃん。ファンタズムな。
今時ファンタズム知らないなんてさ。
じゃあ CD 貸せよ。
遅れてるよな。
ほら、これ見てくれ。この前から
超ゲルのメタル
結構来るじゃね。
マジで来てるやつ初めて見た。
でもあれじゃね、これってニュージェネの犯人に
俺の顔が
殺してくださいってアピールしてるようなもんじゃん。
俺もいよいよ全国デビューが。
I don't think that's something to laugh about.
マジ嘘に歩けねえもん。そういう殺される可能性があるおじさんみたいなキモい男とか殺すなら私マジ応援する。
A sharp click of the tongue escaped from Senna's mouth, and she stopped listening soon after. There was nothing of value to be found in any of the noise. After all, noise was simply that, noise.
この視線の感覚。気のせいか。
Whose eyes are those eyes? Once more, Senna examined her surroundings. For a while now, she had been feeling a repulsive sensation, like cold fingers caressing her spine. Ooh. A gaze being cast upon her by an unknown entity. One with which she was unable to pinpoint exactly what the source was. Senna pushed herself off of the pillar she was leaning against. Then, as if she had just remembered something, she stared down at the popsicle stick in her hand.
外れか。
Yeah. Gradually growing more and more discontent, she wrinkled her brow and began to walk quickly toward the station. Okay. Oh, sky.
あの空はどうしてあんなに泣きたくなるくらい青いのかな。
Because someone wished for it to be.
私は望んでない。
No, but I did. Oh? Oh? Because this place is your image world, but at the same time it is mine as well.
ねえ、あの空はどこにあるの？
Wherever you wish for it to be.
望んでいいの？
What does this mean? Oh.
朝だよー。起きて、起きなさい。
Scared me. Seira-tan was calling me. Last night's ep of Flood Tune was awesome. Episode. Seira-tan played a huge part in it. There's a super hot kiss scene. The animation quality was practically movie tier too. Seira-tan was calling me! Does me look like Monica in Doki Doki on the scene? She kinda does, huh? Plus she was saying such more things that I couldn't not wake up. Alright, we up. I tore the blanket off my body and got up from the sofa with a groan. The moment I turned off my alarm clock, the voice of Seira-tan that had been echoing throughout the room disappeared. The Seira alarm clock I had was very useful. If I didn't turn it off, the volume would slowly get louder and louder, and if I still didn't get up, an obnoxious buzzer sound would ring out. I wanted it to be Seira-tan who woke me up in the morning, so I made it a point to wake up and turn it off before the buzzer. I see. I'd only failed to do so once or twice so far. After all, being woken up by Seira-tan was a great way to start the day. Waking up was the absolute worst. I'd played Vidya until dawn, and the couch had been extremely uncomfortable once I actually had gone to sleep, but having her to wake me up helped alleviate some of that pain. It is always hard to wake up. Today was a school day. I'd skipped a day last week, so my minimum attendance chart was really starting to fall apart. With the chart, I was only slated to go twice this week, but because of that deviation, I was stuck with having to go 3 times instead. I didn't want to go, but it'd be much worse if I didn't. If I missed any more days, I wouldn't be able to graduate. Then again, whether or not I graduated made no difference to me, to be honest. Just a moment ago, I had been having a dream with Mimi in it. It was a strange dream. I see. One that felt terribly wistful, one that felt terribly lonesome, one that felt terribly sad, and one that felt terribly distant. Would Mimi come to school today? I'd been thinking about the day before yesterday constantly. I've been thinking about it so often that I'd even forgotten to play ESO yesterday. Whoa, no way. There'd been the appearance of Shogun and the delusion where every person in Shibuya disappeared, but I was barely giving either of those things any thought. It had to have just been a delusion of mine. There was no way Shogun could be such an old man, and the idea of people just disappearing from Shibuya or whatever was completely ridiculous, so there was no point worrying about it. It'd been a horribly realistic delusion, sure, but the fact that I'd allowed myself to fall for something so unrealistic so easily, and get all freaked out about it, was just embarrassing. But regardless, above all else, I was thinking about Nimi, the girl I'd been calling the demon girl until only a couple days ago. And he says that what love feels like. Maybe. Most of what I'd felt back then was shaky and surreal, as if it were some sort of dream, but I could still vividly remember the sensation of Nimi's body embracing my own. If she hadn't done that, I could have gone insane and lost myself completely. Why had Nimi saved me? Maybe because we really were friends. I didn't have any memories of us being classmates now, let alone since first year, nor did I remember going to the movies with her along with Misumi-kun. But the way she treated me was definitely how you'd treat a real close friend. She'd even seemed like she'd been close to crying when she held me. That, at the very least, I didn't think was an act. That was the first time I'd never seen a girl care about, let alone cry over an otaku freak like me. When she treated me like that, all of my fears and suspicions were blown away in an instant. In fact, it made me feel like I might fall in love with her. No. I obviously couldn't let myself do that. Confusion invaded every corner of my mind. How was I supposed to act around Nimi from now on? When hug turns, I'm not into 3D girls all into please save me. Yeah, pretty much. Was Nimi my ally or my enemy? Was Nimi the new gen culprit? She saved me. That was an undeniable fact. But it was just as much of a fact that I had seen her standing still as could be at the scene of the crucifixion, covered in blood. On my way to school, I stopped by Shoto Park. After what happened with Yua, I put a stop to my habit of eating breakfast there before going to school. There was no way I could feel even remotely relaxed when I thought that Yua could be watching me from anywhere. And even if I ignored that, if she came up to talk to me again, she would start going off again. I didn't want anything to do with a girl like her. Yua was Nimi's underling. Sure, my original guess may have been incorrect, but that didn't mean that Yua wasn't my enemy. It was still possible that Shogun was the boss of the whole thing, and Yua was one of his underlings. Either way, I knew I'd be better off staying as far away from her as I could, and yet I found myself coming here today for some reason. I examined my surroundings carefully to make sure that I couldn't see Yua anywhere, and once I knew the coast was clear, I slowly sat down on my usual bench. I took a bite of the chocolate bread I just bought from the convenience store, then looked out at the pond. Man, chocolate bread sounds really good. There was next to no wind, and the surface of the water was calm and serene. I could see the occasional shadows of carp-esque fish gliding through the murky water. The park was unusually empty today. It was a very quiet spot. As my gaze wandered across the park, I couldn't help but think about Nimi. To be honest, I'd been dreading going to school today. I knew I'd have to face her if I did. That was the real reason why I was stalling at the park. I felt like I'd said a lot of awful things to her, and yet the smile on her face never faltered, and she always treated me like I was a close friend. And I was sure that, when I went to school today, she would keep on doing that as if nothing had even happened. She'd smile and talk to me like we were friends, pretending that she didn't even care at all about what happened in front of 107. It was hard to put into words, but I felt a little bit annoyed by her constant cheerfulness. Yet at the same time, I also ended up feeling more cheerful myself when I was with her. I wasn't sure how to act once I did run into her. It was true that I didn't think she was a demon anymore, but honestly, I didn't think of her as a friend either. Misumi-kun had said that she and I had been really close classmates for the past year and a half. I didn't remember anything like that at all. Maybe it really was because of the person controlling me, making my memories of Nimi and only Nimi disappear with pinpoint accuracy like that. There's no way that was possible. Part of me is like, is she even real? But we'll find out, I guess. Upon entering the school building, I lowered my head even farther toward the ground. As was my usual MO, I kept close to the wall and walked slowly toward the staircase. My class was on the 3rd floor. Getting up there was a pretty big hassle. They could really use an escalator or something. When I reached the foot of the staircase, I spotted a girl climbing unsteadily up the stairs. Transfer student. She was dragging her right leg a little as she walked. Maybe she twisted it. Her petite body swayed from side to side. She looked extremely unstable. As other students passed by her one after the other, the girl slowly continued to climb exactly one step at a time. Taku. That thought in mind, I stepped onto the stairs in order to pass the girl, but right when I did... Oh, did she fall? Trip? The girl caught the tip of her shoe on one of the steps and she immediately staggered. Ah! Oh! Oh no, her knee! She then fell down so hard you could almost feel the crash sound effect. Oh! Fortunately, she'd ended up falling on the landing, so she hadn't fallen down the entire staircase. She was still down on her knees from the pain though and was staying pretty still. Could this be a flag? Yeah, no way. Even if it was, calling out to her anything even remotely similar would be impossible for me. Oh! You just went past her? So I hurriedly slipped past her. Sorry, but you should get some womanizer who's actually into 3D to help you. Someone like Misumi. Oh. Or just a person. You really shouldn't rely on me. Oh. But the girl was staying curled up on the ground so motionlessly, I started to get a little worried. I was halfway up the stairs when I slowly turned back around to check on her. Okay, good. The girl was gripping onto the railing and trying her absolute hardest to stand back up. Her knees were trembling. She looked like a newborn fawn or something. Her knee was oozing blood. Maybe she'd scrapped it.
Huh.
Her face. I'd seen it before. Wasn't she the girl who transferred into my class last week? Oh yeah, and she said something to us, didn't she, right? What was her name again? I couldn't remember. Oh wow, she was crying. Oh no! Stuck understands they shouldn't raise goals with other flags on his name, so we can learn a lot from it. Oh, Misumi. Did it hurt that badly? The fall had definitely been pretty bad, but not bad enough that she'd cry from it. There's nobody else willing to lend her a hand. Oh. After just barely managing to stand up, she bent forward and peered down at her knee. She must have been checking to see if she'd hurt it. Oh. The transfer student wiped away her tears, set down her bag on the spot, and started rummaging around inside it. What's she looking for, I wondered? Does she carry band-aids with her, maybe? Suddenly, she raised her hand above her head in a triumphant manner. Clasped in her hand was a band-aid. Our eyes met. The transfer student went red in surprise soon after, then hung her head. Regardless, she looked like she was okay, so I was sure she'd be fine without me. Oh. Thinking that, I hurriedly made my way to class. Not even gonna ask her if she's alright. As per usual, I kept my head down and my gaze fixed on my toes. And while still remaining silent, I took my seat. When I sat down, I remembered that the transfer student had said something to me on the day she transferred. "Ah, I'm so happy we're in the same class," or something. I'd forgotten all about it after everything with Mimi, but I wondered what she'd meant by that.
Yo, Taku.
Hello. Still according to routine, Misumi called out to me. Maybe he didn't have any other friends besides me. He'd always talk to me and no one else, so I was starting to genuinely suspect that.
聞いてくれよ。昨日さ、怪しいおっさん2人が校長室に入ってくるのを見たんだ。
The police? Question mark?
で、俺とリミトでこっそり盗み聞きしてみたらびっくりしたぜ。その2人、刑事だったんだぜ。
Detectives?
なんか深刻そうに全校生徒の名簿とか見ててよ。もしかしてニュージェネと関係あんのかな。
Maybe because we said it was a female student at our school. But now we like Mimi, so maybe the true New-Gen culprit was someone at this very school. I couldn't help it, but a face popped into my mind. Mimi's.
まあ、盗み聞きしてたら見事にバレちゃったんだけどね。
Hahaha. I jumped. Speak of the devil. I felt my heart rate leap when I heard Mimi's voice invade the conversation. I couldn't look up. I was too nervous. This was a completely different kind of nervousness than last week's.
あれはお前がドア勝手に開けたせいだぞ。分かってんのか？
しょうがないでしょ。本物の刑事さんって見るの初めてだったからちょっと興奮しちゃってつい。
She looks so tall like this. It looks like she's the same height as Misumi-kun.
何をどうやったらついドアを開けるんだよ。
Real New-Gen culprit was the friends who made it.
おかげで俺らまで刑事から話を聞かれる。
大臣ってば刑事さんに聞かれちゃまずいことでもあったの？
そういうお前はどうなんだ？
さあね。
Ahaha. Misumi-kun and Nimu were having a conversation with my desk sandwiched in between them. They were completely ignoring my existence. But to be honest, I was grateful for that. Even if Nimi did talk to me, I didn't have any faith that I'd be able to say anything back. I was hoping that the bell would ring before they got the chance to say anything to me. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that there was still about 5 minutes until class started.
ここに来る途中で梢ちゃん見なかったか？
梢ちゃん? Who?
ああ、そっか。どうせお前のことだから覚えてねえとは思ったけど。
He's the transfer student,
マジで
right?
そうだ。先週転校してきた子のことだよ。折原梢ちゃん。
Orihara Kozue. Oh, so that was her name, Orihara Kozue.
階段で
We saw her fall and we didn't do anything.
見た。お、そっか。
じゃあもうすぐ来るな。
Misumi-kun's voice gave off an aura of intense enthusiasm. Oh, is he just gonna go to her? I hadn't seen him this energetic since a few days ago when he'd found out that Fest was from the next class over. In other words, I'd never seen him give his all for anything except girls. Which reminded me that just last week, Misumi-kun had already gone to hit on the transfer student the moment she'd arrived. You really are incorrigible. You've got a girlfriend and everything. I hope you're real proud.
なあ、小勢ちゃんってマジ可愛いと思わねえ？
He asked me something I had trouble answering. I moved my head down ambiguously, which he apparently took as a yes. She is cute.
俺一目で気に入っちまったよ。なんか守ってやりたくなるんだよな。男子みんなも同じ意見だよ。どいつも可愛いって言ってんだ。
Why?
けどよ、女子の間じゃあんま評判良くねえんだよな。まだ転校してきたばっかだぜ。それなのに早くもうざいみたいな意見まで出てきてんだよ。このクラスの女子って性格悪いやつ多すぎだ。
それって大臣のせいじゃない？だいたいそのうざいって言ったのどうせ大臣の彼女でしょ？
ああ、そうだけど。
そりゃあ彼女にしてみればうざいに決まってるよ。自分の彼氏が目の前で折原さんを口説きに行っちゃってたらさ、私でさえよく喧嘩売られるんだから、大輔君に近寄らないでって。しかも一人。
マジ？
自覚なしか。少しは反省したら？
いやー、モテる男は辛いぜ。
You're the one going out and talking to them, though.
さすが女の敵。もう私フォローしてあげないからね。あ、折原さん来た。
なんか怪我してるみたいじゃね？
本当だ。どうしたんだろう。
She got hurt back when I saw her on the stairs. I obviously wasn't going to tell them that, though. I was trying to avoid talking to Mimi in any way possible.
俺、ちょっと行ってくれ。
Misumi-kun ran up to where the transfer student was. Thanks to that, Mimi was the only one standing close to my desk. Misumi-kun, please don't go. Okay. It's time. Let me save. Save. And I guess we haven't come across any tips yet today, right? Yeah, okay. Oops. Okay, let's just go green. Mimi didn't say anything, but she didn't move away from my seat either. Considering the fact that I was hunched over so far on my desk that I could nearly sink my teeth into it, I couldn't see her expression. All I could see was her waist, but if that were true, then that would mean she had to be facing me. In other words, she was looking at me. Oh, here we go. How bad could it be? Okay, we're woozy. I should work up some courage and act natural.
おはよう、崎畑さん。
I don't know if that's natural.
おはよう。
Okay. Alright, first contact went well. I guess this is delusion. Just when I started to feel relieved, Mimi tilted her head to the side with a frown.
ねえタク、なんで急に妙竹林な呼び方するの？
妙竹林。
崎畑さんなんてなんだか他人行儀。今までみたいに呼んでよ。
Like I normally did? I didn't even know what that was.
じゃあ、リミ。
お、なんだいタク。
いや、特に何もないけど。
The music.
じゃあ私から一言。
Okay. Mimi cleared her throat, looked around the room, and then brought her face close to mine.
タクは大臣みたいになっちゃダメだよ。ああいう女たらしはいつかひどい目に遭うに決まってるから。
あ、うん。
うんうん。 タクのそういう素直なところ私好きだな。
She liked something about me. Huh. In other words, from Nimi's POV, was I the honest, neutral character archetype?
そもそも私大臣のことで一つだけどうしても許せないことがあるんだよね。あれだけあちこちの女子に声かけてるのに私には全く見向きもしないってこと。ひどいと思わない？
え、三角くんに口説かれたいの？
I guess that wasn't surprising. He was a total alpha in terms of looks, and he was fun to talk to. Even if you stuck him with a penalty for being a playboy, he'd probably still be the type any girl would like to go out with. But despite what I thought she was talking about, Nimi frowned and shook her head.
タク、冗談きついよ。大臣に口説かれるなんて想像しただけで鳥肌立っちゃう。
She wrapped her arms over herself and made a big show out of pretending to shiver.
私はノーサンキュー。でもなんて言うのかな。女としてのプライドっていうものがあるわけじゃない？ねえ、タクから見て私ってどう？魅力ある？
Gah, you're asking me something that's real hard to answer.
どう？
Taku. And it didn't help that her eyes were twinkling and she was clearly bursting with anticipation. That's, of course I thought she was attractive, but it'd take a lot of courage to say it out loud.
認めたくないものだな。
若さゆえの過ちというものを。
引っかかった。
Wait, let's read the tip real quick. No one likes to admit to them. Short for short for the full quote, no one likes to admit to them, to the mistakes they've made because of their youth. Quotation from an extremely popular mecha anime series, often followed up with various lines about youth, such as, "That's what it is to be young." Nimi smiled triumphantly. Was she actually an otaku? There was no way! I smiled a bitter smile in defeat. But even though the conversation was completely normal, I found myself having a lot of fun. Up until now, I'd almost never had this kind of conversation with a girl before. I don't know why, but I felt like we clicked pretty well together. Which is why I was able to say what came next so naturally.
リミは魅力的だよ。
Wow. Amy exaggeratedly threw her head backwards and her face instantly turned beet red.
面と向かって言われると恥ずかしい。でもありがとう。タクにそう言ってもらえるとすごく嬉しい。大臣に口説かれるより1億兆倍嬉しい。
100 million trillion.
1億兆なんて桁はないけど。
なんとなくニュアンスで分かってよ。
Okay. We back. So that's what it is to be young. If only I could have that kind of conversation daily. Every day of my life would be fun and fulfilling, and how I saw the world would change completely. But at the end of the day, that was just an illusion. The me in reality couldn't even make eye contact with Amy. I just kept my head down, didn't move, and stayed silent. Oh. Hi, hello Oliver, welcome. I despised my own cowardice, and so I was hit with a fierce wave of depression.
タク？
Nimi, who had been silent the entire time, finally caught out to me, albeit hesitantly. But I couldn't respond due to how sudden it was. To her, it probably felt like I was ignoring her. In my head, I knew I couldn't keep acting like this, but in the end, I still couldn't get myself to do anything.
大丈夫？
This time, I nodded frantically. It probably made me look pretty suspicious.
そうだったらいいんだ。
Mimi's voice was gentle. I could hardly believe it, but she seemed like she was going to continue patiently being with me, even though I was being silent. "Are you okay?" was what she'd said. I felt the sudden urge to ask her something. I wanted to ask, back when we met in front of 107, what did it look like to you? Considering the fact that she hadn't mentioned anything in particular, it seemed like she didn't know anything about the people temporarily disappearing from the streets of Shibuya, nor anything about the wheelchair-bound shogun. Which would mean it had just been one of my delusions after all. That was why I wanted to ask her. I didn't think I'd be able to look up and do so after all this time. Either way, I couldn't do it today. I couldn't even prepare myself to ask her. So, next time then, I'd ask her the very next time I came to school. Yeah. I should probably organize the questions I wanted to ask her before then.
ねえタク、折原さんがこっち来たよ。
Oh, transfer student. Why was she coming over here? Was she going to come down on me for not helping her on the stairs earlier? Imagine if she just started yelling at us. But she didn't seem like the type of person to do that. Or maybe she wasn't coming up to me, but she actually wanted Demi for something? The transfer student came up to Demi, then stopped. She didn't say anything. What the hell? As long as Demi was here, I couldn't raise my head. The transfer student's toes were fidgeting, but she still didn't try to say anything.
折原さん、どうしたの？
Oh! For some reason, the new student timidly then placed a single bandage on the edge of my desk. She's cute. It was a fancy one with a picture of that weird character, Ghetto Froggy, emblazoned on it.
Huh?
Oh, Ghetto Froggy Band-Aid. Was she giving it to me? How do I react? This Orihara Kozure girl is kind of weird. Don't cry, no! Take the Band-Aid.
折原さん、泣かないで。
What? Was she crying? Why was she crying? Was it because I didn't say anything? The transfer student hadn't said anything to me either.
タクは怒ってるわけじゃないと思うよ。
Mimi swooped in to cover for me. Come to think of it, that was a little bit odd. I didn't know next to anything about Mimi, and yet she knew a lot about
彼っ
me.
てあんまり人と目を合わせようとしないの。引っ込み思案ってやつ。だからそんなにガチガチに緊張しなくてもね。私にも絆創膏くれるの？
Oh. With that, the transfer student bowed her head deeply to Mimi, and then she sped away back to her seat. It was almost like she was running away or something. I hope they can be friends. Mimi, Kozue.
なんだかよくわかんないんだけど、タク、その絆創膏をもらってあげるべきだと思う。
Why had she given it to me?
梢ちゃん、無口だよな。
Maybe she saw us looking at her when she was putting the Band-Aid on her injury, and she thought we were also a fan of Ghetto Froggy, so she wanted to give it to us, so we could be friends. I got the feeling Misumi-kun had come back. Taka's completely looking and tries to fix him with the Band-Aid, like with duct tape? Like with tape. I don't like that the little, like, you know, you can do the reactions, right? But then the heart kind of covers up some of the message.
転校初日に俺が校内を案内したんだけどよ。
うわぁ、早くも手出したんだ。
まだ出してねえっつうの。んで、まあ1時間ぐらいかけてあちこち回ったんだけど、もう俺一人で延々と喋り続けたよ。しかもすぐ泣きべそかく。
そうそう、今も急に泣き出したから何が起きたかと思ってあたふたしちゃった。
そんだけピュアなんだよ。なあタク、 お前ならわかるだろう。梢ちゃんの仕草一つ一つの可愛さってのがよ。お前流に言うなら萌えってやつ。
Need speak.
なんだ、クソでも我慢してんのか。
I shook my head from side to side as hard as I could.
たく、さっきからちっとも喋ってくれないんだ。
Yeah, that's cause you're here. I wasn't ready for that. I never talked to a friend who was also a girl all friendly before. Then again, I never had a single female friend before. Not throughout my entire life.
でもさ、今折原さんと話してみてなんとなく思ったんだけど、彼女と話してるとなんだか疲れちゃいそうかもなんて。
女子ってのはマジで同性に対して容赦ねえな。ま、梢ちゃんは俺が守るからいいけどな。
ほんの数十秒前に大地も相手するの疲れたって言ってなかった？
うっせ。梢ちゃんはタクと同じ匂いがするぜ。ほっとくれって感じ？
それはわかるかも。
Okay. The sound of the bell told me that all classes were done for the day. The second it went off, I packed up my things, got up from my desk, and left the classroom. I couldn't stand the subtle distance I felt between me and Mimi for a second longer, so I wanted to get out of the classroom ASAP. Besides, I also had to stop by Manga Darake today. In the end, I hadn't been able to say a single word to Mimi. I'd had several chances to talk to her, but just like this morning, I'd kept my mouth locked shut the entire time. I might have screwed up by doing that. It would make it even more difficult to talk to her next time I saw her. I was sinking deeper and deeper into the thick swamp that was trying to figure out how the hell to act around Mimi. Oh.
Oni!
Just as I was about to leave the school building, I was hit with the voice of a certain irritating person. Oh. Nanami came running up to me holding a trash can in her hands. She must have been in the middle of taking it out. Unfortunately for me, she'd spotted me. I tried to ignore her and speed my way out of there, but just like usual, Nanami refused to let that happen. The hem of my uniform was pulled tightly from behind.
妹見て逃げるなって何度言えばわかるの？
なんだよ。
なんだよじゃないよ。お兄が逃げるからナナもつい追いかけちゃうんじゃん。
Okay, then don't chase after me if you don't need something.
相変わらず家に電話かけてこないし、まあナナはもう諦めたけど、どうせお兄が真面目に連絡入れてくるとは思えないもんね。
Wow, she actually understood me for once. Then again, I didn't know how she wouldn't, being my sister and all, even though I had no need in the slightest for a 3D one.
というわけで、これからも定期的にナナがお兄の部屋に様子見に行くから、感謝してよね。
Damn it, of course it'd come to this. If only I could somehow be freed from the curse of my obnoxious little sister. Well, even though it never happened, I at least deserve some form of compensation for putting up with her. I thought about that kind of thing daily, oh, so often. Oh, that was it. This was my chance to put my plan from earlier into action. If I was lucky, it might even work as a modest form of revenge. I checked my surroundings and I started walking toward the courtyard, signaling for Nanami to follow me.
何？
ちょっと来てくれ。
なんで？なんかあるの？
Oh, the voice? Yeah, what's it? She was so unbelievably annoying to call them. Was she incapable of following me or something? Oh, what an idiot.
ななみ、大事な頼みがある。
頼み？お兄が？なのに？
Nanami's eyes went wide.
珍しいじゃん。お兄が頼み事なんて。
とにかく黙ってついてこいって。
あ、ちょっと待ってよ。
Okay, there weren't many people in the courtyard. During lunchtime, the place was always crowded with students eating lunch, but the only people who'd bother coming here after school were from the gardening club or whatever.
で、頼みって？
Nanami lowered the trash can she was carrying to the ground and gave a big grin as she puffed out her chest.
あ、条件はマクで汚りね。その条件飲んでくれるんなら、本当は嫌だけど、お兄の頼み聞いてあげる。
Grr, every little thing she did pissed me off. I couldn't believe she actually wanted me to pay her back for this. Didn't help that I'd already treated her to McD's before, too. Forget it.
わかった。おごる。
え、本当？今日のお兄、いつもと違うね。
Oh, well, yeah, because I was lying. He saw us for being a liar. Oh. Okay, let's read the tip. Net slang, short for sorry, often used in conjunction with lol or other common net slang, e.g. Fuhihi saws lol. Although it is indeed an apology, it's often used in order to tease or provoke the other party instead. Wait! No! Not escape. Save also, it's been a little while. Well, actually, I guess it hasn't been that long since we were in the classroom, but... backspace. I need to, like, get a cover for the escape key, so I just cannot press it. And with that, I handed Nanami my cell phone. I then asked her to call the prank caller whose number was stored in my call history, 03x733x991.
着歴の番号にかける？
ネットの知り合い。
Nanami was tilting her head with a suspicious expression on her face, so I quickly told a lie that would seem plausible to her.
どうして7個かけるの？
かければわかる。
なんか企んでない？
Oh my god, SDFU. All you have to do is just shut up and do what I say. You can't even do that, then just go home. I have no use for you.
じゃあもうお前には頼まない。
I went to snatch back the cell phone, but Nanami pulled her hand back, evading me.
あ、わかったって。かけるよ。かければいいんでしょ？ほんと、わがままなお兄だな。
Yeah, you should talk. Choking back my anger, I watched with bated breath as Nanami dialed the number in question. Nanami, blissfully unaware, put the cell phone to her ear and waited for them to answer. Hopefully it'll be okay. I noticed that on the hand she was holding the cell phone with, she was wearing a yellow bangle. That was the one I'd given her, wasn't it? Then again, it was more something she just decided to appropriate rather than me actually giving it to her. She even wore it when she went to school? She really liked it that much? Even though it was just some cheap-ass bangle I'd gotten for free? None of you really did have no taste at all. Not that I could really speak for anyone else, though. This didn't matter at all right now. Anyway, who was gonna answer the phone? Would it be some scary Dokyun piece of garbage? Best case scenario, it'd just be a prank and had nothing to do with Shogun or Yua.
あ、もしもし？
Oh, they picked up. Someone must have picked up, so Nanami called out as soon as she covered the receiver with her hand. Only to raise her eyebrows soon after. She then thrust the phone back in my direction. What happened?
お兄。
Who picked up?
なんだ？
なんだじゃないよ。現在使われてませんって言ってるよ。
I snatched the phone back from Nanami and put it to my ear, and what I heard was...
になった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
She was right. I guess that meant it really had been a prank, huh? It was a prank where you called a bunch of random numbers simultaneously over a couple days, and when the prank was over, both the number and the phone were destroyed, or something like that. Either way, it was a pretty large-scale prank. Meh, didn't matter to me either way. I knew now that the mysterious call had been nothing more than a prank, and nothing else mattered anymore.
ねえ、一体何なの？
もうお前用なし。
Leaving Nanami standing there, I started to walk off. didn't take long for her to chase after me. All the
どういう
McD's.
ことか説明してよ。
Shut up
お前
already.
掃除中だろ。ゴミ箱置きっぱなしだぞ。
でも説明聞いてないもん。
僕は帰る。
Without dealing with Nanami, I walked quickly to the school gate with her right on my tail.
お兄、じゃあマクディおごる約束だからね。ちゃんと覚えといてよ。
知るか。
I'll
ちょっと
remember.
嘘ついたの？
まあな。
Maybe. Nanami stopped dead in her tracks, looking pretty upset. And I kept right on
お
moving.
兄のバカ！
She yelled out in a voice loud enough to echo throughout the entire area. Fed up with her, I went to turn around and saw her glaring at me with her hands on her hips.
お兄なんて携帯の電磁波の影響で脳みそスカスカにされて死んじゃえ。
Oh. Thanks to Nanami screeching, more eyes were looking our way, even though I made it a point to stand out as little as possible at school. She's cute. Not giving a damn about what Nanami had said, I ran off toward the school gate. It was best to retreat in times like this. Nanami's voice could still be heard even after I passed through the school gate, making me feel completely and utterly drained. And she's still going at it, huh? Oh. Manga darake. Higashimata-sama was one of my favorite artists. They were ultra famous, and their fans would always form long lines at every one of their events. I'd heard that the new Bloodtoon doujinshi that come out this summer had sold out in no time flat. I'd wanted to go too, but all of the events where it was being sold out had been way too crowded, to the point where it would have been too much for me. Because of that, I found myself tearfully giving up. Oh. It'd been naive of me to think Manga Dareke would be safe just because they'd had consignment sales. There had indeed been some consignment sales, but they'd been annihilated in practically an instant. Scalpers. On various online auctions, the premium price was set at tens of thousands of yen. All scalpers should die in a fire. Yeah. It's pretty terrible. Regardless, with all that in mind, I thought that it was probably impossible to get my hands on it. However, just yesterday while I'd been surfing at Channel, I just so happened to see that the new issue had been recently restocked at Manga Darake. Which is why I headed for it immediately.
神様、奇跡を起こしたまえ。
Good luck. I prayed to the heavens in front of the store, and then I stormed inside. I scanned the doujinshi section with my eyes as wide as dinner plates. I went back and forth down the aisle, searching over and over again to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I couldn't find it. His face. No. Was it already sold out? I casually observed the cashier. It was a girl. She wasn't very cute, but she did seem friendly. I never even once used the hyper-advanced technique known as asking the clerk about whether or not they had a certain item in stock. The reason was, of course, I didn't have the courage to do so. And not only that, but the title of Higashimata-sama's new book was Seira-tan, the cosplayer gone wild. So yeah, asking about it was completely and utterly impossible. Excuse me, miss, but do you have a copy of Higashimata-sama's seira-tan cosplayer gone wild? If I asked a female clerk something like that, I no doubt be labeled as a pervert, and I knew that for a fact. Thank you very much. In the end, I simply gave up on asking the clerk anything and exited the store dejectedly. Maybe I should go to At Cafe. Flipping between the two as I walked, a sword I had seen before flashed past the edge of my vision. You know, also now that I'm thinking about it, I never talk to the, store employees. I always just look for it myself, and then if I can't find it, I give up. Flipping between the two as I walked, the sword I had seen before flashed past the edge of my vision. Yeah, it was a sword with a distinctive two-pronged blade, the one that girl B, the girl who'd called herself Senna, had been carrying around the city. In the crowded center guy, the tip of the sword jutted above the heads of the people walking down the street. As it got closer to me, I hurriedly took refuge in a nearby arcade! Arcade! I wanna go arcade. When I peered out from the shadows, it didn't take long for Senna herself to appear, the sword resting on her shoulder. Wearing an expression that was just as terrifying as ever, she walked quickly toward the station. She didn't seem to have noticed me, but even then, having experienced humiliation, I was lugging around a sword just like hers. The bold way that Senna walked around without a care in the world impressed me. Was she not embarrassed to hold a huge sword like that? I mean, she had to have been questioned by a police officer at least once. No way she hadn't. I mean, I don't think anyone else can see the sword. As I pondered that, Senna's figure got farther and farther away. Where do they sell badass dye swords like the one she has, I wondered. The one I'd gotten a hold of didn't glow, nor did it have a badass shape, so I wasn't exactly satisfied with it. In comparison to the sword Senna was carrying, mine was far less impressive in terms of design. The entire reason behind me getting a dye sword was to use it as a protective charm. Back at the Scramble Crossing, I'd been trembling in fear and wished for something I could rely on. After Mimi had shown up, I'd become slightly more stable, but the situation surrounding me was not getting any better. I still had oops. I had like a pair of tweezers and I was just fiddling with it, and then I was spinning it around my finger and it just flew off. Let me pick that up. Still had a lot of enemies such as Shogun Yu, etc. I dropped it. That was the reason why I wanted to get my hands on a dice sword that looked way stronger than the one I actually had. Of course, there was also the collector's spirit found in every otaku. As if drawn to Senna's sword, I'd been staggering over towards Scramble Crossing without realizing it. Oh god, I bit my lip. I didn't want to be out in front of the station. I would reluctantly go to Center Guy or school or whatever because I had things I had to do there, but if I could help it, I preferred not going anywhere near them. Having a crowd of total strangers standing around me made me feel as if any escape route had been stolen away, and just the illusion of that made it hard to breathe. Unsurprisingly, the area in front of the station was infested with people. I was starting to feel more and more sick, so I opted to look down at the ground and try to hold back the nausea a bit. Because of that, the next time I looked up, I realized I'd lost sight of the conspicuous sword. It looked like she'd been walking toward the Hachiko statue, but... Right then, the light above Scramble Crossing turned green. A sea of people rushed into the intersection from various directions. It became pretty chaotic. A whole host of people walking every which way, and they did it all without even so much as bumping into each other. When I saw something like that, I realized how unrealistic the empty Scramble Crossing I'd seen in my delusion the other day was. There probably wasn't even a single second in the entire year where there were no people in this place. What was I even trying to accomplish by chasing after Senna in the first place? I hadn't even been able to ask the friendly Manga Darake employee whether they'd had something in stock, so how exactly was I supposed to talk to someone who looked unfriendly and scary looking like Senna? Besides, she might have been my enemy. I didn't know what she'd do to me if I carelessly followed her around without any form of protection. What was wrong with me? I should just go home. I finally decided on that, but right when I was about to turn around... Oh? Chain? I noticed a white chain lying down on the street. Oh? I couldn't see the end of it because it was concealed by the legs of various pedestrians, but it seemed to be stretching from where I was standing all the way to the other side of Scramble Crossing. What the hell? It was a ridiculously long chain. Was it for construction or something? There was no evidence of construction going on anywhere. I couldn't believe they'd left a chain lying around like this. Was this a location they were shooting at for some movie or TV show? No, they wouldn't be filming at a time as crowded as this. Okay, then did someone throw it away? A chain this long? It'd already be hard enough just to bring it this far out here. Regardless, it was definitely going to get in the way of people and cars. Tilting my head in confusion, I examined my surroundings to see how people around me were reacting to it. I thought it would be dangerous if somebody caught their leg on it, but not a single person was paying any attention to it. I rubbed my eyes and tried looking at it one more time, thinking that it might be an optical illusion or something, but the chain was still there. I didn't have the courage to touch it though, it creeped me out too much. It wasn't a cheap-looking plastic one, it was an extremely sturdy-looking iron chain. How long had this thing been left sitting here? What is it leading up to? If these are normal circumstances, I think it was some kind of trap. After which, I would have run away in fear, suspecting that something terrifying might have been waiting for me. But now, for whatever reason, I couldn't help but wonder where the chain led. My mind was overtaken by a compulsive obsession that told me I had to follow this chain. I crossed the scramble crossing right before the light turned red, bumping into several pedestrians as I did. At the end of the continuous chain was an old dark green train car that was sitting next to Hachiko's statue. The wheels had been removed, so it was closer to a monument or an exhibit rather than a functional train car. You're supposed to be able to enter it freely, too. The white chain was extending from the open door to the inside of the train. There were tons of people parked in front of Hachiko, but not one was paying any attention to the chain. They didn't show any signs that they were even aware of it. As well as that, there were no signs of any people in the train at all. With a gulp, I peered inside the train car. Oh, she's there. And it's connected to her, I guess? In that moment, I realized it was a trap. I couldn't believe it myself, which is why I hadn't suspected it at all before. The car appeared to be empty, but there was the figure of a single person inside. Aoi Sena was sitting cross-legged on a burgundy train seat. Her sharp gaze was fixed firmly on me. For some reason, she was holding a light blue popsicle in her hand. That was a Crunchy-kun, right? Forget it. I couldn't care less about Crunchy-kuns right now. More importantly, the gigantic dice sword she'd been carrying was mysteriously nowhere to be found. I wondered where she had even managed to put the thing with how huge it was and all. Okay. In place of the sword was a white chain coiling around one of her legs. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. How bad could it be? Which reminded me that back when I'd first met her in Centergeist, she had said something about finding her in a train car. Oh, in front of the station. That's right, she did. I forgot about that. This must have been what she'd meant. Was she the one who'd put this chain here? Could she really have been lugging around such a long chain? It looked like it weighed over 10 kilograms. And not only that, but it had to have been over 50 meters long. I had no idea what was up with this girl. She was entirely unknown to me. She wasn't normal. Could she be Shogun? Feeling scared now, I moved to run away without saying anything, only for a sharp voice to strike me right then.
Hide.
Oh. Okay. Don't mind if I do. I automatically stopped dead in my tracks. Thoughts ran through my head frantically. If I ran away, what would she do? Would she swing her dice sword at me while she chased me? Well, I tried to envision it happening. It freaked me out way too much, so I hurriedly shook the delusion out of my head. Conversely, what if I were to just walk straight in instead? She would get a much better impression of me, and maybe then she wouldn't be so violent. Maybe she'd even be in a good enough mood that she'd be interested in selling her dice sword to me. Also, I just realized, but we're not... The vision is normal right now, so I guess we're not in delusion. I didn't think that she'd give it up that easily. Maybe I could at least get her to tell me where she'd bought it from. On top of that, she seemed to have been waiting for me. In other words, that meant she'd taken some form of interest in me. She looked scary, but as was often the case with tsundere types, she might have actually been pretty nice in reality. That could just be wishful thinking, though. Then again, it wasn't like I was going to get cold just because I went inside. Surely that was true. We were right in the middle of Shibuya after all, right in front of Hachiko's statue. There were tons of people surrounding us. Killing me in public, in front of all of them, would have been suicide. I took a single deep breath, gathered my resolve, and then I stepped onto the train. Okay. I suddenly realized the bundle of chain that had been at Suna's feet just a moment ago had disappeared without a trace. I thought that she'd moved it somewhere, but there had been no sound to indicate that, and she was still sitting on the same seat she'd been sitting on the entire time. Even if she had moved it, where the hell had she moved it to? I didn't see it anywhere on the train. Error. Suna, completely unconcerned with how lost I was, asked me something unintelligible yet again. As I shook my head left and right in confusion, Suna's expression became increasingly stern. She then eventually looked away from me, let out a small sigh, then took a bite of her popsicle. Freed from her sharp gaze, I nearly sank down to the floor once again. Talk about looks that could kill. I would have sat down on one of the seats if I could have, but when I realized that she might have said something to me if I did, I couldn't bring myself to. The chain?
だからエラーって何？
鎖だ。白い鎖。
If that was what she meant, then yeah, I'd seen it. I'd followed the weird thing all the way here after all.
でもどこにもない。消えたよ。
消した。私の妄想だからだ。
It's her delusion after all. Delusion? What was she talking about?
じゃあ剣は？
お前も持っているだろう。
Excuse me? No, I don't have one. How could I? This wasn't going well. I could barely get a word out.
それより、お前は何者なんだ？見えているみたいだけど。
は
？Suna glanced at me, then jerked her chin toward the window.
この窓の外に何が見える？
People. Lots of people. It felt like there were even more people than before. I felt like I was going to get a headache just from looking at them. There were people with their heads glued to their cell phones, people smiling over phone calls, people standing and staring at the stream of people. Practically everything I saw out the window was people standing around waiting for other people. I mean, if there were so many people here, why hadn't anyone come into the train since I had gotten on?
完璧な世界。そこにあると思うか？あるはずがない。すべてのものは人も含めて電気仕掛けだからな。
What kind of chuny plotline was that? And she goes back to eating her popsicle. Jokes aside, I also thought about similar things pretty often. I wasn't trying to say that chuny plotlines were bad or anything. After all, the world was overflowing with books, manga, and anime that were nothing but chuny insanity. Why was it that the writer or movie director or whoever else could come up with chuny plotlines like that, and it was all well and good, but when amateurs like me did it, everyone made fun of us? The world's greats had all been chunibyos. Just think about it. The Wright brothers had genuinely thought that they could fly through the sky 100 years ago. Napoleon had boasted that the word impossible is not in my dictionary. That was why chunibyos weren't something to be mocked. It was the path that all the world's greats had taken. But my question was, why had this girl suddenly started spouting all this chuny shit at me?
何を見ているかじゃない。何を見せられているか。
It's being shown to us.
人は体の外からの情報を五感によって得ているけど、その受け取る情報のおよそ 80% は視覚から入ってくるんだ。そして視覚から得られた映像はパルス信号となって視神経を通り脳に送られる。
Just like a telephone, I thought to myself absent-mindedly. A A telephone converted your voice into electrical signals and then sent that information to a distant
電
location.
話か。似ていると言えなくもない。
Did she hear our thoughts? Has she just read my mind? No, there's no way. Had I been mumbling to myself without realizing it again?
VR 技術を知っているか。
What, virtual reality? Of course, I didn't actually answer her aloud.
ビジュアルリビルディング。
Visual rebuilding. Huh, I was wrong. I'd never heard of that.
アメリカの精神生理学分野で研究が行われている技術だ。生まれながらに目が不自由な人でも目の前にある景色がちゃんと見えるようになる。どうやってという顔をしているな。ビデオカメラが映した映像も脳を流れる神経パルスもどちらも突き詰めれば電気による信号なんだぞ。要は神経パルスにコンバートできる技術さえあればいい。すでに実際にテストは成功している。ある研究チームが特許を取得済みだ。
It was patented? Seriously? I thought that it was just a fairly hardcore delusion with an impressive amount of depth and detail behind it, but claiming there was a full-on patent was taking it way too far.
その特許から読み取れることがある。
Sina, who had been looking out the window the entire time, turned to face me. She slowly crossed her legs.
ある意図的な情報を神経パルスへコンバートすることが可能なら人の五感すべてさらには人の意志そのものもコントロールできるんじゃないか。
Even though it was right in front of Shibuya Station, it was strangely quiet on the train. It felt as if it had been deprived of sound itself. It was obviously an illusion, but I couldn't help but remember the delusion I'd had several days ago of the deserted Shibuya. As I thought about it, I couldn't take my eyes off of the crowd moving outside the window.
さっき言ったように人は電気仕掛けだ。脳だけじゃなく全身に張り巡らされている神経にも電気、つまり肉体的な動きまでも操れるということになる。理論的にはな。
This girl. I was taken aback. This girl was even more delusional than both me and Yua combined. What she was saying sounded logical, but it was clearly a total pipe
事
dream.
実、特許を取得した研究チームもその方向へと研究内容をシフトしている。あまりに危険すぎる内容だったからアメリカ大統領が歯止めをかけようとして行政命令を出したくらいだ。
How much of what she was saying was actually
い
true?
かなる機関であろうと
Common rule.
政府との事前合意なしに人体の機密の研究を行うことを禁じる。それを支援することも同様である。
Read the. Oh, that was the wrong button. Chipsets. I guess we didn't read it for these two, also we'll do that right now as well. Common rule, United States policy clearly defining and regulating research involving human subjects. Instated in 1981, the full title is the Federal Policy for the Protection of Human Subjects. The policy states that all institutions performing experimentation involving human subjects. Sorry, I don't know why, but for some reason, reading out the date made me remember. I think I had mentioned it on stream, but I was like, I played Brain Age on my friend's DS, right? But then I was also looking at at my my 3DS, right? Like I had brought it, and they were at some point they were looking at their photos on their DSs. So I wanted to take a look at mine too, and I was like, I don't remember taking any photos with this, right? But then for some reason, wait, let me go find. I forgot what the number was. wait, let me go get it real quick. But I thought it was so funny. Let me go. I'm back. I also just went to the restroom since I already had the BRB up, but oh wait, I gotta get the heart reconnect. Oh, welcome back. Thank you. Let me see. Reconnecting. Okay. Let me open it up. Okay, but yeah, so it has like photos from like, you know, 2016, right? And then there are photos from 2013, but then for some reason there are 5 photos and it says they're from they're from January 1st 1900. I don't know why. I don't know what happened there. It's so funny. And they're like obviously modern images, you know? I don't know how that happened. For real. I know what I'll 5. Probably taken before setting clock. Oh, maybe. I think they were probably like images from the internet, but it's so funny. Like some of them are Nico cards from SIF Love Live School Idol Festival. But January 1st, 1900. I also when I was telling my friends about it also, sometimes, you know, I like forget how to read dates normally, like the year. So I was like, January 1st, 1900. Yeah, usually you say 1900, right? I was trying to figure it in my head. I was like, wait, how do you usually say it again? 1900. But yeah. I mean, 1900, it's like not wrong. That is right, but so funny. Okay, let me close this now. Alright, let me get back to this now. The game. Alrighty. That's right, I was in the middle of reading this and just seeing the date reminded me. Oh, my mouse is not... okay. The policy states that all institutions performing experimentation involving human subjects must abide by a specific set of rules. such as obtaining informed consent, properly recording findings, and complying with authority, be it a federal department, agency, or institutional review board. In later subparts, additional protections are provided for pregnant women, children, fetuses, and prisoners. Scalpers, a derogatory term used to refer to people who acquire difficult-to-find products only to sell them at a higher price in online auctions. Nerve impulse, an electrical signal or stimulus that travels through the nerve cells of an organism, has the ability to quickly transmit information between tissues. I guess let's save, yeah. Senna looked downward and clasped her hands resting on her knees
だが
tightly.
世の中は腐った連中ばかりだ。倫理を無視して自分の利益のためだけに他者を平気で犠牲にするような連中がな。ヘドが出る。
After she finished voicing her disgust, she stuck the last chunk of the nearly melted crunchy coon in her mouth, then suddenly stood up. I reflexively started to shrink back, only to run into the wall behind me.
無知は罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんなの世界を疑え。仕組みを知れ。この世界は完璧じゃない。
She was coming toward me. Thinking she might hit me, I tried to shield my face with my arm, but in the end she slipped right past me without doing
お前の
anything.
見ている景色は本物か。
Without looking at me, she murmured that as we passed each other, and then she promptly exited the train by herself. I stared out the window at Senna as she walked away. Without looking back at me even once, she quickly disappeared into the sea of people. In the end, I had absolutely no clue as to what she'd been trying to tell me. The only thing I took from it was that Senna despised the world. Typical Chunibyo. From my point of view, though, it sucked ass to have her shoot her poisonous Dempa BS at me without even letting me get a word in. Her tone of voice alone had made me feel like I was being lectured. The way she talked was often a moe characteristic when it came to 2D, but in reality, it only served to make her feel even more like a total dokyun. But the fact that she hadn't attacked me was a relief. A surprise, considering that, for some reason, she always gave off the aura that she was just raring to slap anyone and everyone. I wanted to take a breather after that, so I sat down on the seat where Senna had been sitting before. Immediately following that, a dokyun-looking couple suddenly came into the car. After that came a trio of people that were obviously dokyun kogyarus, and then an older middle-aged man, and then a young businessman wearing a suit. The train car had become claustrophobic in the blink of an eye. Before Senna had left, no one had even tried to enter the car, so where the hell had they all come from? The voices of the dokyun couple and the kogyarus were way too loud, so I quickly got out of there while telling them all to go to hell in my head. Man, Senna's cool. So that's how I ended up getting tangled up with an IRL Chuni chick. Okay, all this time you have pissed me off. Seriously, Lord My Art, you're always saying so like, oh, IDGAF about 3D, but you're getting real nice with a bunch of 3D girls recently, haven't you? You even said earlier that one of them broke into your house. You plunged straight into your once-in-a-lifetime chance to be popular. Alright, well, listen well. I'll admit that I have indeed amassed quite the number of opportunities to speak with cute females. However... mental case. Every single IOL one is an effing mental case. You try being on the receiving end of their brain-melting Denpa attacks. Okay, I truly am sorry. Don't worry about it. Even after I'd gotten back home, I'd still been somewhat interested in what Senna had told me. Of course, I didn't think that what she'd said was true, but I was pretty sure that I'd be able to confirm it for myself if I did a little bit of research into the patent and the memorandum specifically. So, with Grimm's help, I started searching the internet. I also was able to get one of Grimm's friends who lived in America to help out as well. But even with all that help, I still didn't think we were going to find anything. I don't think the took this irony, yeah. In this day and age, you couldn't trust anyone without a source. Shiho is the friend of Grimm that I'd mentioned earlier. He lived in America and spoke fluent English. No, I just got a message from Shiho. Oops. Back. Let me guess. BS, right? She had to just making a fool out of me because she didn't think I could understand English. Don't underestimate the power of the internet. Consider yourself pwned. It exists, apparently. It exists? What did? This guy went out of his way to TL it for us. Anyway, let me up it. Huh. Is this just more bait? Man, you don't trust me at all, do you, Lol? That's totally my fault. You know, since the time of the lol. Okay, then how about I invite Chiho instead? I've been tricked by Grimm several times in the past. If I trusted him like I usually did, he'd hit me with something so bad and make my brain blue screen. But he was saying that he was going to invite Chiho and that he even had a source for us. If this is just you baiting me again, I'll kick you out of the guild. KK, trust me just this once. He was being surprisingly confident. Maybe it really was okay to trust him this time. Slightly nervous, I squinted my eyes halfway shut to protect myself from seeing anything too quickly or too clearly, and then I clicked the link. That's all. That's what I do every time. Remote viewing. It was a document written in English with a bunch of strange diagrams on the lower half. Part of it looked like a human face. Brain imaging technology. The headline read, United States patent. I knew that much at least. In other words, this was...
VR 技術を知っているか？すでに実際にテストは成功している。ある研究チームが特許を取得済みだ。
It was real. I then went to open one of the two text files that had come bundled with it. One of them had a series of news articles that seemed to mention the patent, all of which were translated into Japanese. One said that the Physiology Research Laboratory of America's Victor Conjura University was currently researching a groundbreaking invention known as VR, visual rebuilding. As the goal of the research was primarily for healthcare, it had been gaining the attention of visually impaired people from all over the world. It was groundbreaking technology that enabled people who were blind from birth to see the scenery in front of them through video cameras and other imaging devices. To put it simply, this was done by converting signals, the ones that composed the image data that the video camera received, into the only signal the brain could recognize, electrical signals known as nerve impulses. These are then transported to the brain via the optic nerve. Conjuring designer of some other side games? Oh, that's fun. There had already been successful tests and the patent had already been registered.
Tokyo.
So, did that mean that what Sana had said wasn't just some chuny delusion? I gulped, then went to open the other text file. I began reading. Presidential Documents, Memorandum of March 27, 1997, strengthened protections for human subjects of classified research. The agencies shall jointly propose to prohibit waiver of informed consent for classified research, part of it said. Beginning 1 year after the date of this memorandum, no agency shall conduct or support classified human research without having proposed and promulgated the common rule, said another. The document was then signed at the bottom by William J. Clinton and closed with the White House, Washington, March 27, 1997. A memorandum from the President of the United States. The content sounded like the premise to a movie or something, so I never would have thought it was actually real. I went to check the original document via the URL. Even I could read English for the most part. Despite how I might have looked, I was a lot smarter than those dokuns that went to school every day. The actual contents written in the document were the same as the translated text. It's how can you that you do not have to have anything even remotely working in order to patent it the way you're trying to do it? Suna's words echoed in the back of my mind.
ある意図的な情報を神経パルスへコンバートすることが可能なら、人の五感すべて、さらには人の意志そのものもコントロールできるんじゃないか。
It was starting to get somewhat difficult to understand at this point, but with what Sana had told me, combined with the sources we'd found online that backed her up, it all sent chills down my spine. I had a feeling that something terrible was lurking within. But what confused me the most was what Sana's true intentions were in telling me all this. Did it have anything to do with me? The part about being able to control people's free will definitely wasn't something I could dismiss as somebody else's problem. Because there was the possibility that I was a sleepwalker. On the day of the third New Gen incident, the crucifixion, I had been told that I'd been posting in a chat room as Shogun. Apparently, I posted from that cafe too, but I had no memory of it. And not only that, but I had absolutely no memory of Mimi too. We had been classmates for over a year, and we had been close enough to hang out on multiple occasions, yet I had no memory of any of it. Maybe I had done all of those things while I was being manipulated by some other being. Besides, I was terrible at talking to 3D girls to begin with, so there was no way I would be close to a cute girl like Mimi normally. No, I was thinking too hard about this. At the very least, I knew that the chat thing was just one of Yua's delusions. Shogun was a separate entity from me. He was trying to entrap me, and it didn't go beyond that. This was true regardless of whether or not he had actually been the old man in the wheelchair that had appeared in front of 107. Maybe Sena too was one of Shogun's underlings. Maybe she was just trying to deceive me. Don't just blindly accept everything without questioning it. Don't trust a suspicious girl that you don't actually know. Sena and Yua were both of the same breed. That's how it should go, right, seira-tan? Okay. Oh, Yua? It's been a little while, huh? The only sound present in the room was the distinct clacking of a keyboard. Kusunoki Yua's thin, supple fingers moved as if they were dancing, her gaze fixed on the monitor all the while. Her touch typing was effortless, and she made next to no typos. She was writing an email. A very long one at that. Yua had already been writing for almost half an hour, endlessly deliberating over the contents of the email and making frequent revisions as she continued to type. Suddenly, her fingers stopped moving. With a small pained sigh, she abruptly pressed and held down the backspace key. Is this? It's like kind of readable. Subject, good evening. This is Kusunoki from... Oh, that's just her name, yeah. From Kusunoki Yua to Takumi. T_Akumi question mark. Good evening, this is Kusunoki. I sent this email as soon as I was able to. I would appreciate if you added me to your address book. Cute emoticon. My apologies for making you accompany me today. Bowing head emoji, sorry. Even so, I still had a lot of fun. Perhaps because it was my first time going to a store like that, or maybe because it was Nishijo-kun. Maybe it was because Nishijo-kun was with me. Lol. What time will you be coming to school tomorrow, Nishijo-kun? Oh, I'm only asking because I was hoping I'd be able to say hello tomorrow morning, that's all. It would be nice if we could run into each other again tomorrow. Well, I'll be sure to email you again soon. Good night. Is this the same email that she had just sent us? Yeah. Is when she had sent him after the first visit to Annoy's store. The cursor that was lit up on the monitor began scrolling leftward at high speed. All of the long sentences she had written so far disappeared nearly instantaneously as the cursor traveled across the screen. She's just writing it again? Or when all the contents had been erased, Yua took hold of the ghetto froggy stuffed animal lying on her bed, then hugged it tightly to her chest. This was a habit that Yua had developed recently. Oh, if she did not hug something in this way, she would be faced with unbearable anxiety. Burying her chin in the stuffed animal, Yua sighed once again and shook her head softly. Murmuring softly to no one in particular, Yua's expression stiffened. With the stuffed animal resting on her lap, she returned her hands to the keyboard. Within the monitor, each letter she typed in a fluid manner was quickly displayed in sequence. Compared to the one she had erased just moments before, this email was far more short and simple. It only served to provide the bare necessities of what she needed to convey. When she finished writing, Yua hesitated for a moment, and then she resolutely clicked on the send icon. Before she could stop it from going through, the email had already been sent in the blink of an eye. Yua squeezed the ghetto froggy sitting on her lap tightly, then continued to stare at the monitor in front of her for over an hour. Oh. Although she had not been expecting one, there was no sign of a reply at all. I guess that was kind of like a flashback, question mark. There I was in my beloved room 37. As I sank down into the recliner! I started chewing on my nails in an attempt to distract myself from my irritation. There was a reason why I'd come to At Cafe 2 days in a row, yesterday and today. 2 nights ago, after Grim, Shiho, and I had found out that what Senna had said was true, I'd received an email from Yua. Oh? In it, she insolently said that she wanted to talk to me one more time. Oh, F off, I'd wanted to tell her. What else do you mean she wanted to talk? After deceiving me like that, I had nothing to say to her. Even if I did, she'd probably just come up with some fancy new way to trap me when I went to see her, as if I could risk that. Okay, I see. That was just current day. It was true that I wasn't used to talking to girls. That was why I'd been so happy back when Yua was hitting on me. And yet, the harlot had been toying with me behind my back. And on top of that, she'd come up with all those insane delusions. Even I had delusions, sure, but I never bothered anyone else with them. But that girl assaulted me. Oh. Treated me like I was the new gen culprit. I could never forgive what she'd done to me. Never. So I'd ignored her email, but there had still been one thing that concerned me. In her email, she'd said she was going to come to my base, and I knew for a fact that she knew my address. That was why I decided to take refuge in that cafe, despite it not being a school day. If I had the option, I would have bought my dice sword as a protection charm, but unlike Senna, I didn't have the courage to walk down Center Guy with it. At any rate, spending almost half a day in an internet cafe was fairly tiring. The recliners were comfortable, and it was equipped with showers, but I still couldn't fully relax like I could at my base. And then the biggest problem of all, seira-tan wasn't here. After 2 days spent holed up in the cafe, I realized just how much the mere presence of seira-tan helped me. I wanted to hurry up and get back to my base as soon as possible, but going back late at night would mean the date would change, and by that time the last train would already be gone. I figured that Yua most likely wouldn't be waiting for me anymore by then. I had to stick around for another 4 hours before the clock would strike midnight. I was sure time would go by a lot faster if I played ESO. I moved my gaze over to the PC monitor so that seira-tan said confirm. You're so right. My second character, Liselot, was standing there aimlessly, not moving. Oh.
お前の見ている景色は本物か?
Senna's words came to mind. More than half of what she'd said was true. The only thing I couldn't find a source for was the part where she was talking about controlling even people's wills and bodies. Maybe that part was just a delusion of hers. Mixing in just a few lies with the truth was a clever and effective way to scare people, especially with threats. Even though my reasonable side knew all that, I couldn't help but feel scared as I thought about all the strange, inexplicable phenomena that had been plaguing me over the past few weeks. In a daze, I looked at Lisa-lot on the screen.
お前の見ている景色は本物か?
Signal your eyes perceive truly real. Keeping my voice low to avoid being overheard, I whispered that absent-mindedly. I thought about something like this several times in the past. The world that I was looking at right now, Baselord, was the world that Lisa-lot lived in. It might have been real for her, but from my perspective, it was fake. Which meant that the world that I lived in was seen as fake from the point of view of the person controlling me. However, just as Lisa-lot couldn't perceive me as a higher being, I also couldn't perceive the person controlling me as a higher being. I wondered if Lisa-lot was thinking the same things that I was thinking. At the very least, she couldn't move on her own. I had to interfere in order for her to move. So, what about me? Maybe I too couldn't get up from this recliner without the interference of the person controlling me. To test this, I tried to stand up. I did it with ease. After that, I tried sitting down. It took no effort. But this sequence of events, was it really of my own volition? Or was it the result of someone's interference? I had no way of knowing. I heard the sound of the partition door to the private room being opened behind me, and at the same time I felt someone come in. Oh. Startled, I turned around. Who could it be? Why would they play that sound? Kuzunoki. Yeah! And the music too, that was so loud! That was so loud! You had jump scare, yeah. Oh my god. Boss fighting coming. It really feels like it. Oh my god. Okay, well, let me turn my game volume down a bit for me. That was scary. Okay, anyways. You, I was looking around because I need to sleep soon. I'll be soon after all. Hello, Tutu. That scared me so bad. I was so terrified that I was about to scream. I did scream. Oh my gosh. But Yua's hand quickly covered my mouth. No lights in her eyes. Her hand was hot, and the scent of Yua's sweat infiltrated my nose. Okay. This music goes hard. She's always so threatening. Yes, I promise. Yes. I will. Yes. Okay, well, we have a choice here. In this small private room, the only way out was blocked by Yua. Okay, let me save. She's freaking scary when she starts speaking in short sentences. Yeah, she's scary. But I guess let's go with good delusion. Next thing I knew, my shoulders were being held down with such incredible force I couldn't even get up from the seat. Oh my gosh. What instrument was that? I'm not sure. Was it trombone? Do they go that high? Yua's cold gaze pierced through me at point-blank range. I couldn't help but look away, and my eyes fell on the 3 ghetto froggies attached to the bag she was carrying on her shoulder. How bad could the delusion be? Will we see a delusion actually? No, it doesn't seem so. If I didn't do as she said, Yua would kill me. Believing that would happen, I didn't resist and just nodded along. It's just like in the park with Yua. it also didn't work then. Oh wait, are we now? Is it? Oh, okay, we are. Okay, yeah, we're having delusion. Screeching was kind of wild. There's something I have to tell you. Is it just a trumpet? I don't know. Some kind of brass instrument. Oh. It's funny you're saying this in like this threatening way. I thought that confessions were supposed to be romantic, heartrending, and happy. Yeah, this is scary. They're going, oh yeah, for real. Also, hello, speed through, welcome. But this wasn't like that. This was terrifying, yeah. Every word had sent chills down my spine. In a situation like this, I normally confess my love as well, but here, it felt like I'd be signing my own death sentence if I did. I had no choice but to be clear and refuse. This girl is nothing more than a stalker. If I didn't refuse here and now, I totally effed. I forcefully shook off Yua's hand. Oh! Her light's back in her eyes. Yua's expression became tense, as if in shock. She hung her head and her demeanor instantly turned timid. Oh! This isn't going the direction I thought. I kind of thought she might, like, cabidon us or something. The way it was going, but... No, don't go! She pulled herself away and turned her back to me. Her shoulders drooped. And then she shakily walked out of the private room. I'd said it! Ha ha ha! I'd said it! Seeing Yua crying like that actually made me feel relieved. I couldn't help but be happy that I had finally been freed of that stalker, so much so that I unconsciously struck a victory pose. And he really does not. Only to suddenly come back to myself. Since life was never that easy, Yua was right in front of me, covering my mouth. Okay, way back. She was murmuring something in a quiet whisper. I hadn't heard what she'd said at all. I'd been busy escaping from reality. How nice would that have been if that delusion had been real? She must have so much courage to that information that seemed like a horse who'd chill for real. Imagine. With no way for my wish to come true, Yua continued to talk. Okay. What was she talking about? She was talking as if she knew everything about me. Despite the fact that we hadn't even spent 24 hours together. Just what the hell did this girl actually know about me? Was this just another one of her signature insane delusions? A shudder ran through me and I started flailing my arms and legs. But even so, Yua didn't let go. If this went on for much longer, this girl might actually kill me. Had Shogun given up on trying to trap me and had just sent Yua as an assassin instead? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The tone of her voice was meek, but the power behind Yua's hands as she held me down was so strong. Even if I tried to resist, she wouldn't budge an inch. I couldn't believe that such slender hands could be so powerful. Yua inched her face closer and closer to mine. I desperately turned my head away. That was when I noticed Yua's hands were trembling. Or was it just that my hands were shaking so much it made it look like hers were too? While I pondered that, something unbelievable came out of her mouth. What? Dun, dun, dun. Knowing? Knowing what? Yua's eyes shone with sorrow. Even though she had been staring at me intently until now, she suddenly cast her eyes downward.
DIT 多重人格なんです。
I had multiple personalities?
最初はあなたのこと警察に突き出すつもりでした。
Despite how confused I was, Yua continued to talk.
それが
How
無理
did she
この手
find
で
out in the first place,
と
actually?
も思ってました。だけどあなたのこと調べていくうちにあなたも苦しんでるんだって分かって。
Just as much as she was. The eyes behind Yua's glasses once again took hold of me. They pleaded with me. And no matter how hard I tried to see it as something else, I couldn't see her as anything other than genuinely worried about me. And that horrified me.
私あなたを助けたい。
This girl's delusions were getting out of control. What she was saying was totally insane. Or was it? Was it really insane?
だから病院に行きましょう。
I didn't truly know myself, understand myself. I had posted in a chat room under the handle Shogun without knowing it. Even though I had no memory of it, I had become friends with a girl named Rimi. It wasn't just me sleepwalking, and it wasn't just some higher being controlling me. Maybe the person controlling me from inside my head literally was inside my head. I wasn't me. I wasn't me. I was a different personality. I had multiple personalities. My head hurt. A throbbing, stabbing pain ripped through it. That was impossible. The entire thing was bullshit. Who would ever believe that? It too was yet another one of Yua's delusions. She was my enemy. She was impeding my way of life. She was trying to trap me. She was trying to destroy my mind. Even the hospital itself was under Shogun's reign. The only person I trusted, Dr. Takashina, had disappeared in such a sudden, inexplicable manner. Shogun must have made him disappear, and if I did what Yua said, he'd make me disappear too. I don't believe her. It's not true. It's not true, 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 it's not true. I was stuck in my own head. I shoved Yua off me with every ounce of strength I could muster. Oh. Slamming into the wooden sliding door behind her, Yua slumped down to the floor with a grimace. Finally freed from Yua's grasp, I grabbed my bag, stepped over Yua's body, and made for the exit. Oh. Still crumpled on the floor, Yua grabbed my ankle. Her hair was disheveled, and her glasses were falling off her face, but she made no effort to fix them. Seeing her clinging so desperately to me terrified me so much, a pathetic scream escaped from my mouth. She was my enemy, one of Shogun's underlings. Water. Actually, let me drink some more. Those moments of can't even trust myself paranoia why I like chaos said so much. I won't be deceived. I won't be deceived by you ever again. I shouted as loud as I could, and Yua quickly let go of me. In that window, I bolted out of the room. Toilet. Tore 5,000 yen bill from my wallet and slammed it down on the counter in front of the dumbfounded receptionist. And then, without getting my change, I burst onto the elevator leading outside. I nearly tumbled out of the elevator as I burst outside. The sun was already setting. I examined my surroundings. There were people everywhere. Run. It doesn't matter where, just run. My base wasn't safe. She was following me. I had no idea where to even go, but I started running anyway. Thinking that Yua might get off another elevator at any moment now, that she might threaten me again in that ice-cold voice of hers. I didn't want to stay there for even a second longer. Pasta pizza. I looked behind me over and over again, but I kept on running regardless of what I saw. The pedestrians were all in the way. I bumped into a businessman and Dokyunesque high school girl. When that happened, I was showered with curses. But I still didn't stop. I just kept on running. It hurt to breathe. I picked some random ass road without thinking, and I still had no idea where I was running. I stopped to catch my breath. I checked the scenery around where I was standing. I was front of in Maruichi, which meant I could take shelter in Miyashita Park. I would take a quick break there, then I would run somewhere farther away. If I went to Yoyogi Park, there would be plenty of places to hide, so I could spend the night there. I couldn't help but wonder what was behind me. I didn't see any signs of Yua. However, I wouldn't be surprised if she appeared in front of me at any second now, complete with the most terrifying demonic expression I'd ever encountered. My instinct screamed at me. Run! You need to run! Oh, there's this person here again. The Great King of Terror has something this city. Exhausted, I weakly sat down on the pavement of the Miyashita Park overpass. I'd run way too much. My throat was dying. I wanted to drink a nice ice-cold cola. I didn't see any vending machines nearby. Maybe I was okay now that I'd come this far. No, I couldn't be careless. I still had to be fully aware of my surroundings. There should only be a few people in Miyashita Park at night, or at least that was what I had expected, but much to my surprise, that wasn't the case. There was a businessman walking briskly through the park, likely using it as a shortcut, an older man sitting on a bench messing with his cell phone, several homeless people sitting around absent-mindedly, and lastly, a person wearing blue talking to one of them, a police officer. Ugh. We get to choose the police. Okay, let's see. I gulped audibly. I remember that I'd been questioned by a pair of detectives a while ago. I hadn't heard a single thing from them since then. They said they were going to guard the area surrounding my base, but there was no sign of them following through on it, although, according to Misumi-kun, they'd apparently come to investigate Suime. Those two detectives, what were their names again? I couldn't remember. I told both of them the truth about what I'd witnessed at the scene of the crucifixion, but in hindsight, I couldn't help but think that they'd clearly been looking at me with suspicion as I did. Right as I thought that, the policeman who had been talking to the homeless man glanced at me, or at least that was how it felt. Positive delusions only today? Yeah. We go green. Oh no. No, I had to be imagining things. There was no way the police would suspect me of anything. I wasn't a murderer. I wouldn't hurt a fly. Forget that for now. I'd just take a break for a little longer. My chest still hadn't stopped pounding. Looking up at the sky. For no particular reason, I looked up at the night sky as my shallow breathing continued. I couldn't see any stars. The glaring artificial light that shone above the ground cast a thin veil across the Shibuya sky. It blocked out even the faintest light of the stars that had traveled for decades, for centuries to get here, transforming the night sky into a flat, emotionless blackness. What a piece of shit sky. But that was normal for Shibuya. For someone living in Shibuya, this sky was my sky. I returned my gaze to the policeman from earlier, and I jumped. The policeman was coming toward me. I had to avoid making eye contact. I stood up and turned my eyes to the road stretching under the overpass. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that they would pass by me, but a voice called out, one that was clearly directed at me. My heartbeat, which had only just started to calm down, began to violently pound in my chest once more.
すいません、急いでるんで。
そうは見えないな。
What reason could this cop have possibly had for talking to me? I started putting a list together inside my head. 1. Because I'm alone at night in an unusual place. 2. Because I look suspicious. 3. They're just questioning people at random. 4. Because the police think I'm a suspect for the New Gen case.
身分を証明するもの。そうだな。生徒手帳を見せてくれないか。
Damn it, I didn't have time for this. I needed to hurry up and hide somewhere less conspicuous. If I didn't, Yua would find me again. But if I ran away from the cops, I could get arrested for obstruction of justice. Not only that, but if they were investigating me because of reason number 4, then bolting would put me in an even worse position. Regardless of the circumstances, I had to get past this cop, and I had to do it fast. With no other options, I took my student handbook out from inside my uniform pocket and handed it to the officer. The officer took it and flipped it open to check my name and photo. Immediately after, something changed in his face. His expression stiffened. What? What was up with him? Did my name really warrant that kind of reaction? Maybe I really am a New Gen suspect. The police were mistaken. I hadn't done anything. Yua made up her mind and decided that I was the New Gen criminal. She said I just wasn't aware of it. That couldn't be true. I didn't sleepwalk. I didn't have multiple personalities. Stop screwing with my head. Oh? To my surprise, the policeman readily returned my handbook to me. He then quickly turned back around and headed toward the park, almost as if running away. How he was acting spoke far louder than words. I had a terrible feeling about this. Did they actually suspect me? I stared at the officer's back, frozen. Then the policeman suddenly gave a light bow to the man sitting on the bench. Or at least that was what it looked like. Something's off. Was it just my imagination? I knew for a fact that he looked at the man on the bench, but I couldn't figure out if he'd actually bowed to him or if it just looked like he had. The policeman left the park directly after that. The man on the bench looked like he was still messing with his cell phone. Looked like being the key words. It didn't even look like his fingers were moving. I couldn't see him clearly because of the darkness. Normally, the cell phone screen would be glowing, but the one he was holding was completely dark. Something's really off here. Are they out to get us? I looked around to check on everyone else in the park. Ugh! It got darker. One of the homeless people was slouching on the ground at the base of a large tree, a spot that was far removed from the others. He didn't move in the slightest. All he did was hold up a strange sign, his face staring down at the ground. The 3 or so homeless people squatting in front of the small hut covered by a blue tarp didn't seem to be having much of a conversation. They were just sitting around in a circle. One of them had their hand over their mouth. It almost seemed like they were doing it deliberately, like they were trying to cover their mouth with their hand in collar or something. Or at least that was what it looked like. I don't know why exactly, but something feels off. There was a strange sense of tension seizing the air. Granted, it could have just been my imagination, but hold on. Was it possible that everyone was an undercover cop? The delusion floated up to the top of my head and I shuddered. I frantically told myself that it was nothing more than that, a delusion. But even if it was, I didn't want to stay here any longer. Time to run. I broke into a sprint. Okay. I ran across the overpass and headed for the stairs leading down to Meijidori. I stopped right in front of them and whipped around to look behind me. The man on the bench was getting up. None of the other people moved. His body turned toward me, but his head was facing sideways. He was making his way toward me. He seemed to be walking a little faster than someone normally would. He was chasing me. That man was a detective. This is probably... he's just in his head, right? Or is he? His build was unusually bulky. I didn't even know what his job could be otherwise. I couldn't figure anything out from his appearance alone. I can't tell if he's a detective from just that. No, he had to be one. There was no way he wasn't one. He was tailing me. I couldn't stay here. I bolted down the stairs. Now it wasn't just Yua that was after me, but the police too. And I hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't done anything at all. It's a lot of bikes. Should I just tell them I was innocent? But even if I did, I couldn't get away from the fact that I was literally running away from the police right now. Besides, I was sure that the police would find some way to pin it on me regardless. They would never believe an otaku freak like me. I didn't have time to think about what would happen next. For now, I just needed to get away from Yua and the police. That was the sole thought occupying my mind. I passed under a pedestrian overpass and ran up the stairs leading to it. There were people everywhere. All of them were blocking my path. It felt as if each and every one of them were deliberately getting in my way, like they all had some form of malicious intent. Everyone looked like they could be cops. I was this close to completely panicking. I looked behind me and saw someone sprinting after me. Oh, are we actually being chased? I had a glimpse of the person cutting through the crowd just like I was. It was one of the people that I'd seen in the park. I didn't know who it was. It didn't matter, they were following me regardless. I was horrified. If I got caught, my life would be over. I'd be falsely accused of a crime I didn't commit, sentenced to death, locked up in a high-security prison for decades and decades, and then after I finished enduring that living hell, I'd finally be told, "Alright then, your number's up. Time for you to die." I didn't want that. I wouldn't be able to handle that. I didn't want to live like that. Even if I somehow managed to prove that it was a false accusation, once I was branded as a criminal, it would never go away. Everyone around me would look at me suspiciously for the rest of my life. I didn't want that. I hadn't even done anything. I turned onto a small street that was completely deserted and kept running as hard as I could. Gigantus. I've been running ever since I left that cafe, and I still hadn't been able to catch my breath. My lungs were begging for oxygen. My legs were shaking with fatigue. I hated myself for not exercising more, but it was too late for that regardless. What a mood. Finally, I couldn't run anymore, so I doubled over and gripped my knees with my hands. Store goes crazy good? Yeah. It's a music venue. The place where I'd stopped looked familiar. The distinctive red brick walls paired with the giant backlit sign that read Gigantus. I'd been here before, with Misumi-kun. We'd come to see a Phantasm concert, or to be more specific, to see their lead singer, Fess. But now, the place was quiet and empty, with the only other light being from the vending machine dimly illuminating my surroundings. Frustrated that my breathing still hadn't gone back to normal, I looked back toward the road I had sprinted down. The street was dimly lit and narrow. As the Toyoko Line trains slowly passed by directly above me, despite the striking glow of the light leaking from the windows of the train, even it didn't reach the streets below. I stared at the road in front of me. I wondered if I had managed to lose them being Yua and the police. It was too dark for me to tell for sure. Oh. Suddenly, I heard a woman's voice in my ear and I let out a pathetic scream before toppling to the ground. Fess? Oh, it is her. It was Fess, dressed in a flashy outfit that she would wear to a concert. Fess, save us! As she quietly looked down at me from the darkness, the eruptive energy that she'd given off while she was on stage was now completely absent, making her appear almost transient, like she might disappear at any moment. Because of the darkness, I couldn't see her expression. As my mind wandered in my surprise, Fess gently held her hand out to me. Okay. Her tone of voice was dispassionate. I could tell that she wasn't going to let me argue with her. It is her turn to save talk. Yeah, I guess so. Still holding out her hand, Fess slowly craned her neck, then narrowed her eyes as if she had seen through the darkness. Oh, why? Did she know that I'd been running from you and the police? I was freaked out for a second, but I knew that right now salvation was almost within my grasp. That was why, as if I was clinging to my only hope left, I took her hand. Her hand was cold to the touch. Right as I stood up, Fess started running. As I was already utterly exhausted, I felt incredible resentment, but I knew that if it hadn't been for Fess, I would have never been able to stand up again, and the police would have likely caught up with me. I still wanted to quench my dying thirst in some way, but I knew I couldn't afford to. Fess pulled me by the hand and led us forward. We entered a narrow alleyway and made turn after turn at various intersections. I had no idea where I was running to. I wasn't even familiar with the layout of Shibuya, so I had no choice but to follow Fess the entire time. I nearly entertained the idea that this could be another trap set by Shogun, but I shook the thought from my head. Even if Fess was another one of Shogun's underlings, there'd be nothing I could do about it. My legs were heavy with lactic acid, and I was starting to feel lightheaded, probably because my brain hadn't been getting enough oxygen due to all the running. And we're back here. I was this close to crying out and saying that I couldn't run anymore. In fact, I may or may not have said it several times unconsciously. But even so, Fess never once looked back at me. She just kept on going. Before I knew it, I found myself on a road where the Shinto Expressway ran overhead. Shibuya Station was only a little bit farther away, but there were barely any people around. Without a shred of hesitation, Fess started to head down the stairs that led into the gaping maw of the underground. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, she finally came to a stop. I let go of Fess's hand and doubled over on the stairs, gasping for breath. I wondered how much running I had done today. I didn't think I'd ever exercised so much in my entire life. Oh. She's also out of breath, I guess. For a while, the only sounds present in the dim, dreary underground tunnel were the sounds of me and Fess breathing. I looked up at the entrance where we had just come down from, but there was no sign of our pursuers. Which was right also. I guess that meant we'd managed to escape somehow. That aside, this was my first time learning that this underground passage even existed. On top of that, even though it was fairly close to the station, there wasn't a single person passing through it. One of the fluorescent lights that illuminated the tunnel was on its last legs, flickering on and off without end. There was the faint smell of rotting garbage in the air. It was a place that symbolized the underground side of Shibuya. If someone were to attack me here, even if I screamed as loud as I could, it may not even reach the outside. This is not a place I would ever want to come alone to. Oh. Still breathing heavily, I slowly examined Fess's profile. How bad could it be? Save. How bad could it be? She was a charismatic songstress who captivated the youth of Shibuya. People even called her a prophet. And now, that very same Fess was here alone with an otaku freak POS like me. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Her forehead was beading with sweat, with several drops running down her cheeks. She was wiping it off with the back of her hand. Okay, Rosen fell with every breath she took. A glimpse providing... More didn't do it justice. The best and only possible word befitting of her. Erotic. Oh gosh, what is this delusion gonna contain? That camisole with its cross-shaped design was downright criminal. Oh, very interesting, I think. What was I thinking about? Did I forget the situation I was in? Actually, we're not in the delusion right now, huh? I nodded in response. It wasn't just the police. Yua was following me too, but I was too exhausted to tell her that. Huh? What was that supposed to mean? Oh, the police? Mugen. The lyrics that Fess had written matched up with that string of incidents. That was why all her sheep wouldn't shut up with all those rumors. They'd been saying she was a prophet. There's a how back to react. Just click red. Oh. As the new gen criminal? I thought the same thing back when I'd first heard her lyrics. Hell, I'd even thought that Fess herself was Shogun. But considering the fact that she'd saved me, she probably wasn't. Putting all that aside, I wondered why Fess was even there. Her saving me must have just been a coincidence. Yeah, it had to be. I mean, I've been right in front of the concert venue, so it was probably just another concert today.
君が追われてるのはなぜ？何か悪いことでもしたの？
チクられた。あの女、僕のことチクったんだ。ニュージェネの犯人にされる。
You're always trying to set me up. God damn it, Shogun and that girl are going to ruin my life.
そう。容疑者候補ね。私たち。
It's cute. Why was she laughing?
僕は無実だ!
I yelled out frantically. My voice reverberated loudly throughout the underpass, but I couldn't stop now.
事件を目撃しただけだ。証拠品を勝手に持ち帰っちゃったけど、それだけ。僕殺してない。
それなら。
Huh? Fess whispered, returning to her original dispassionate voice.
きっとそれは導き
The guidance?
大いなる存在による。
Just facing on this. Another goddamn Chunibyo?
君の見たものが事実だったか幻だったかは些細なこと。
They always get me with that one. That horrible scene. Was there any possibility that it had all been just an illusion? It all felt so real.
君が今抱いている苦しみや怒りは必要なものだったということよ。
What was she saying? I was not expecting it to like show up here again. I was utterly dejected. I've been slightly suspicious back at the concert. It turned out to be right. She really was a total freak. They say there's a fine line between genius and insanity, but this is pushing it.
だから早く見つけて剣を見つけて。
Find your sword. I was taken aback. That was what Fessa told me back when we met at school. If you do, you'll be granted salvation. She'd said this before. Aside from the police, what scared me the most was Shogun and his underlings. I had no idea why, but they were all trying to trap me, and they all clearly had malicious intent. In order to save myself from them, in order to protect myself, I needed...
Disord.
そうよ。
D-sword. Fess's lips twisted into the shape of a smile.
勉強したみたい。
それなら手に入れた。
Is the one we have, does that count?
僕はディソードを持ってる。今家に。
知ってるわ。
Oh? She knew? How did she know?
見たから。君が
So
渋谷の
mysterious.
ど真ん中。
Oh yeah, that's right, we did do that.
大き
After
な
buying
おもちゃを
it.
抱きしめて恥ずかしそうにしてたわね。
Was she talking about the day I bought the D-sword? Ah, Fess had seen me. FML. Wait a minute. What did she just said?
おもちゃ。
A toy. She called it a toy. The smile had already disappeared from Fess's face. She glanced at my face and let out a small sigh. Her sense of envy, her aloofness, was so pure it made me feel uneasy.
偽物だと思うわ。あなたの買った剣は。
I wasn't even that surprised. I'd expected it, honestly. The sword I bought was way too cheap compared to the one Senna had. It didn't even glow. Besides, the idea that a sword would supposedly bring me salvation makes all 10,000 yen. Least anything possible. So yeah, I wasn't surprised. Instead, I felt a furious surge of anger well up inside me. Anger at the gloomy shopkeeper who tricked me. Anger at myself for being so pathetic that I'd be tricked that easily. Anger at Fess for saying nothing meaningful in the slightest instead of just giving me a straight answer. No, close. I stood up and moved closer to Fess. Normally, I would have never done something like that, but I was desperate. I'd been being chased by Yua and the police only a few moments ago, and I was absolutely terrified. Not only that, but in the past month or so, I'd experienced countless bad thoughts. It was all too much for me. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get my hands on a sword so I could get back to my peaceful way of life.
教えてよ。理想のどうやって手に入れるのか。
Fess's expression stiffened, and then she turned to me. Oh? Okay, I'm watching. She suddenly thrust the palm of her right hand out in front of me. Stopping me from coming any closer, Fess curled her right hand into a fist. And upon swinging her hand behind her in a motion resembling a back fist, together with a sound akin to that of glass breaking, the empty space cracked, and then it shattered. My eyes went wide. I was speechless. Fess stared at me. Her expression had not changed in the slightest. Within the cracks of the shattered space was a deep darkness spreading wide. With her hand buried between the fissures, Fess pulled her hand back toward her with tremendous force. Whoa! Sword! It's so cool. And now within that hand was a giant sword.
Sword.
So cool. The fissures in the empty space were repaired in an instant. The cracks disappeared as if nothing had even happened. It all happened in the span of a few seconds. Magical girl. Had that been a magic trick? Or was what I was seeing just a delusion? It was far too removed from reality. I couldn't believe what had just happened right in front of me. This was a fantasy anime.
この剣は命運を握るもの。
That sword. It was the same one she'd been wielding at the concert, the same one I'd mistaken for a microphone stand. Its shape almost looked like a battleship, ripped straight from a sci-fi anime.
この剣は嘆きを収束させたもの。
There were no straight lines to be found on it, and yet it appeared incredibly sharp, incredibly beautiful, incredibly
こ
sinister.
の剣は超越した場所に干渉するためのもの。
It's a mental place. And that if you so much as touched it, your fingers would be severed from the bone.
超越した場所って。
I was mesmerized. Her D-sword utterly captivated me, which is why I'd asked her that without thinking.
異空間
It's so cool. Other space. Oh boy, info dump time. This was definitely an anime at this point.
同一次元上にあるもう一つの可能性。あるいは妄想。
A delusion?
言い方にあんまり意味はないわ。唯一確かなの。この剣もその領域に存在しているということ。
So, in other words, she was saying that her D-sword was a product of her delusions? Did that mean that the supernatural phenomena I'd seen before had also just been delusions? Had they not been real?
そんなのありえない。
そう。
If it was a delusion, then why was I seeing Fess's sword right now?
言葉に引きずられてはダメよ。
Be
後ろを
led
振り返
astray
って
by
みて。
words. Turning around, oh, I'm scared. I was baffled by Fess's request, but I complied anyway. Behind me was a flight of stairs, and on those stairs... What is it? Was Fess, wearing only white lingerie. This is a delusion. Fess was standing right beside me. Fess was standing on the stairs right in front of me. Two of the same person in the same place. And not only that, I was incredibly like wearing her own underwear. Looking between them. Completely and utterly flustered, I relentlessly snapped back and forth between the two Fesses over and over again, comparing them. Oops. They were exactly the same, right down to their facial features, height, and hairstyles. The only differences were their clothes and whether or not they were carrying a sword. And they weren't twins or anything like that. They didn't just look alike. They were one and the same. Used to seeing girls in their underwear in Edelgate, but here I couldn't handle it for some reason. I think this would be no big deal. For whatever reason, I couldn't get myself to follow that line of logic. Russ was standing in the middle of this disgusting underpass in only her underwear. I felt like I was about to lose my mind from how unbelievable that situation was. Even though I knew I shouldn't look at her, I couldn't help but feel like I was this close to stealing a glance anyway. It took an insane amount of willpower to keep my eyes down.
ごめん。
I automatically apologized, because I knew that only a few minutes ago I'd had a delusion about this very thing. Best wearing white lingerie. And they're speaking at the same time. The two Fesses said this at the same time, as if they could see right through me. I jumped, startled. I could feel my face rapidly turning red. I needed an excuse. I needed a way out of this. If a 3D girl labeled me as a pervert, it'd be over. I'd be socially obliterated. Okay, wait. While that may be important, the more pressing matter is, what the hell is happening? Mostly they're coming on this plot sequence. Yeah, there's a lot in this game. As he walked cautiously through the narrow, trash-ridden streets of Mariamacho, Ban Yosuji jammed one hand inside his pants pocket. Inside, he found a few dozen small coins.
先輩、貼り付けの現場に何がある
Oh,
って
they're
言うん
going
です
back.
か？もう事件から2週間以上経ってるし、散々調べられた後っすよ。新しい証拠なんて出てきませんって。
His partner, Detective Suo, had been walking behind him, grousing in an irritated voice for quite some time. That was understandable, of course, as the job originally assigned to them had been to tail an important witness for the Nugent cases, Nishijo Takumi. However, the two of them had abandoned their tailing mission and had instead come to the scene of the third Nugent incident, colloquially known as the crucifixion. Bana decided to abandon their original task of tailing Nishijo Takumi, forcing the burden onto some other detective in the same jurisdiction. Ah, I see. The rookie detective Suwa was not pleased by
やっ
this.
ぱまずいっすよ。尾行に戻りましょう。
The rookie detective had consistently been pushed around by his senior without any explanation, and he could not stand it. For that reason, he had been insistently trying to persuade Bon for a long while now. But to this, Bon only said,
いいから黙ってついてこいって。
Quit your yapping. He remained aloof and refused to heed his junior's perfectly sound arguments. Finally, they at last came across a narrow road blocked off by yellow barricade tape. As Suwa let out the latest in his myriad of sighs, his cell phone began vibrating near his chest. He quickly took out his phone, which had been set to vibrate, assumed the look of a capable detective, and pressed the accept button.
スワス。はい。はい。
As he listened to Sua's voice coming from behind him, An came to a stop in front of the barricade tape. Behind that tape was the crime scene. A deep darkness had settled over the area, just as it had when the crime had been committed. But now there were no remaining traces of the incident, save for the barricade
見
tape.
失った？女か。やられたっすね。
Ah.
とりあえず、深センの家に戻ってほしいっす。はい。張り込んでてください。いやいや、大丈夫っすよ。責任はバン警部補が取るっすから。
Bon smiled wryly upon hearing that. Suwa could be surprisingly shrewd. Of course, Bon had no intention of placing the blame onto subordinates, nor onto the detective he had placed in charge.
なるべく早くこっちも合流します。本当申し訳ないっす。お願いします。
Right as Suwa hung up the phone and returned his begrudging gaze to Bon, Bon ducked under the tape, so had no choice but to reluctantly accompany him.
見失ったって？
Yeah, I guess
尾
so.
行に気づかれたっす。直前にネットカフェで人騒動あったみたいっすし。
女っての？
いいわ。
岸本綾瀬っす。
お騒がせバンドの嬢ちゃんかな。つながりは？
同じ学校の同じ学年っすね。他は今のところ特に。クラスメートでも。
Ban brought a hand to his chin, savoring the rough texture of his stubble for a moment. After which he took out several coins from his pocket and started counting them in the dark, one by one. Sora stared at his eccentric senior with a puzzled look on his face.
何してるんすか？
よりによって5円玉だけありゃしね。そう、お前5円玉持ってねえか？
はあ。
Perplexed, Sora took a 5-yen coin out from his wallet and held it out to Ban. However, instead of taking it straight away, Ban tore the bottom button off the shirt he was wearing. He then untied the thread fastened to the button.
先輩、ついに頭おかしくなったんすか？
生意気な口聞くようになったじゃねえか。
Ban chuckled and lightly whopped Sua on the head. He then took the thread and weaved it through the hole in the center of the coin.
よし、お前にやらせてやるよ。
What's he up to? After pinching both ends of the thread with his fingers, Ban let the 5-yen coin hang down and handed it to his junior.
振り子っすか？
ああ。
Ban smiled mischievously.
こいつが事件の重要なヒントを与えてくれるかもしれない。
I like the music also.
マジっすか？バンさん、勘弁してほしいっすよ。
Looks like he's gonna try to like hypnotize someone.
そのために仕事をほっぽってここまで来たんすか
Sua's tone was almost mournful. He'd been pushed around countless times by Ban before now, but this time, Ban had finally managed to utterly stump the rookie detective.
サイキック装置とかダウジングとかその手のテレビでも見て影響を受けたんすよ。
そういうお前も詳しいじゃん。
いやまあ自分も見たは見たっすよ。選手ユーリ・ブライトマンっすよ。今話題になってるアメリカの超能力捜査官っす。
俺も見たがそんなチャラチャラしたもんじゃねえんだよ。どこかのお偉い大学教授が出ててだな。
でもテレビっすよね。
インクの多いやつだ。やってみりゃわかる。ほら、いいから吊るしてみろって。
When his senior issued that request, Sua did not have any room to refuse. Let's go and read the tips list real quick. Psychic detective. Typically found in America, it is an investigator who uses psychic abilities such as clairvoyance in order to aid in solving crime. Often appears in Japanese media. However, despite the established title, such a position does not actually exist in America, and the mainstream perception of psychic investigation is that it is extremely ineffective. Okay. Gyaru. The Japanese fashion subculture that seeks to rebel against traditional standards of beauty. Often associated with delinquency, gyarus and their many subgroups explore fashion that is not necessarily considered normal in the eyes of society. For example, ganguro involves bleached hair, extreme tanning, and an extensive use of makeup. There are also less extreme types, such as kogyarus, which simply involves wearing school uniforms with very short skirts. Gyaru. Chou kawaii. Sokutai. Kawaii kogai. Mental case. A person whose words and actions are very clearly born from insanity. Informed consent. To agree to any form of contract under the condition of being provided the correct information. In Japan, it is primarily used in the medical field. A physician explains the treatment to the patient truthfully, in detail, and in an easily understood manner. This includes the definition of the treatment, as well as its side effects, success rate, risks, cost, alternative treatments, etc. Once the patient fully understands these, they are able to provide consent. Dowsing. A technique for locating groundwater, mineral deposits, or various other things by relying on the movement of a rod pendulum or similar technology. One of the most popular methods is to use two angled rods, typically in the form of L-shaped wires. The person who does the dowsing is called a dowser. It is widely believed that the human body has an internal magnet that reacts to underground water veins and other objects, and that this causes muscles to move unconsciously. The prevailing theory is that this is why dowsing rods appear as if they move by themselves. His lips pursed in a sullen manner, but he reluctantly accepted the 5-yen coin. He pinched the ends of the string and began to twirl it around in a circle, creating a centrifugal motion. It was too dark for either of them to see it clearly, so Vaughn flicked on a 100-yen cigarette lighter and used it as their light source.
先輩ってタバコ吸いましたっけ
10年以上前に禁煙したよ。飲んでて。
ライター持ってたんですかね
こういうこともあろうかと用意しといたんだよ。
はは
はは。
で、これで何がわかるんす
もっといろいろ動かしたり止めたりしてみろ。
Vaughn monitored the movement of the 5-yen coin intently. Vaughn's eyes were so intensely serious, so I could no longer complain about this being a pointless excursion.
いや、わかるか
何がっす
五円玉の動きだよ。
Oh! We can see it.
少しだけ楕円を描いてるような気がしない。
Using the thread as support, the dangling 5-yen coin was slowly revolving around in a circular motion. Sua cocked his head.
入れ方とかじゃないんですか
お前、楕円に回るように意識してやってんのか
いや、結構適当にくるくる
もっと手を動かさねえようにやってみろ。
はあ
Sua consciously tried to move his hand in the circular fashion, but no matter how hard he tried, the trajectory drawn by the 5-yen coin was always elliptical in shape.
おかしいな
意識的に違う形にしようとしてもできねえだろ。
Vaughn's face was full of pride. Sua, on the other hand, was still not convinced and continued relentlessly in his quest to try and change the motion of the pendulum.
渋谷のどこでもこの現象が見られるわけじゃねえが、それでも十数箇所はここみてえな場所があるらしいぜ。
確かに不思議っすね。でもだから何なんす
Vaughn looked up in satisfaction, put his lighter back in his pocket, and retrieved the hand fan that he had stabbed between his belt and his pants.
お前、渋谷がなんでここまで若者を引きつけるか知ってるか
5円玉が楕円を描くからっすか
Sua thought he was making a clever jab, but Vaughn nodded readily in response, calmly fanning his face all the while.
そういうか
Oh. Music stopped. Oh, we're back here, I guess. Oh, they're speaking at the same time. Suddenly, the conversation I was having with Fess transitioned into something completely unrelated, but I was actually somewhat relieved by that. I'd expected Fess to start treating me like a pervert, but she just ignored it like nothing had even happened. Did this have something to do with D-swords? If not, then I didn't care. I had to somehow find a way to get Fess to tell me how to get my hands on a real D-sword. Both in front of and behind me, the same words are being spoken from the two Fesses at the exact same time. Perfect synchronization. It gave me a somewhat strange feeling. Had Fess split in half? Were both of them the real Fess, or were both of them imposters? Why? Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with me. The two Fesses paused for a moment. Being watched from both in front and from behind started to make me feel uncomfortable. The greater will. This is bad, my rational side warned me. Could this be... Maybe she was trying to recruit me into some sketchy religious cult. I began to feel uneasy. Man. Maybe I should just get the heck out of here. But upon hearing the next thing Fess said to me, I realized I no longer had that option. Oh. Oh, back to these two. Fan returned to the main street from the alleyway and then began walking towards Shibuya Station. Suwa, who now assumed they were going to Shinsen, chased after a senior detective with an obvious frown on his face.
よく知ってるじゃねえか。さすがいい大学出てるだけあるな。
Suwa grew discouraged in response to Van's slightly mocking tone.
あいにく大学じゃオカルトは勉強しなかったっすけどね。
オカルトじゃねえよ。世界には引力がアンバランス化してる地域っていうのが何か所かあって。アンバランス化。振り子が楕円を描いたのもその影響ってことだ。GE レートってやつらしい。
GE レート。
ああ、正式名称は何だっつってたかな。グルバケーショングラリッシュエラ
グラビテーションじゃないですか。グラビテーションエラーレート。
おお、そうそうそうだ。グラビテーションエラーレート。
直訳すると万有引力の異常値ですか。
物
理学の辞典を調べりゃ載ってるはずだぜ。
載ってたっすかね。
The GE rate, an imbalance that contradicts the law of universal gravitation. Discovered by Isaac Newton, the law of universal gravitation is a fundamental force of nature that acts between all forms of energy and matter, i.e., anything that contains mass. It is commonly believed that the great number of strata layered upon the Earth's surface play a large part in this law. A typical example of something that disturbs local areas would be lava beds. This phenomenon can be found at the foot of Mount Fuji, Aokigahara, also known as the Sea of Trees, where there have been several recorded instances of compasses becoming unusable. Studies have also shown that fossil beds, particularly rich in iron and calcium, are another type of stratum in which magnetism is repelled. Adding on to the previous factors, magnetite is also believed to have a particularly strong influence on gravity. If magnetite, a naturally occurring magnet with an octahedral crystal structure, were to be found beneath the Earth in a quantity large enough to warrant being recognized as a dike, it would be as if the ground itself were a magnet. This would then result in an extremely high chance of the area producing minute gravitational deviations. The GE rate is the measurement of the gravitational values in a region in which such values have been distorted by the previously mentioned geological strata. When Vaughn's explanation concluded, the two men who had been walking the entire time were just exiting onto Dogenzaka. The scenery surrounding them instantly turned bright and dazzling.
渋谷の平均 GE レートは世界でもトップクラスらしいぜ。地面に置いたボールが一人でに坂を登っていくようなケースもあるらしい。
マジっすか？
That sounds ridiculous. So I had been listening in utter silence up until now, showed his surprise with a slightly exaggerated tone.
これで SF 映画の世界っすね。
お前好きなな。
自分は小難しいの嫌いっすよ。壮大なスケールの映画がいいっす。
知らねえよ。
先輩の説明はすごくもっともらしい。GE レートなんて聞いたこともないし。
てめえの無知を一般論として語るな。デカに必要なのは事実を客観視する。
はあ。でも。
What Sura said was equally true. The research into the GE rate was minimal, and it certainly was not something that would be taught to an everyday college student. Bond himself had not even been aware of it until a few weeks ago.
そもそも まだ肝心の答えを聞いてないっすよ。渋谷の重力がアンバランスだとなんで若者が引きつけられるんですか？
引力と人間ってのは意外と因果関係があるってこと。お前、生き物のバイオリズムは月の引力に関係してるっての知ってたか？潮の満ち引きだけじゃねえんだぜ。
ウミガメの産卵には月の影響があるらしいってのはどっかで耳にしたことがあるっす。
ああ、必ず満月の夜に産卵するってやつだな。だがウミガメだけじゃねえ。他に有名なのだとサンゴが産卵するのも満月の夜だ。
ああ、海の中が雪降ってるみたいになるやつっすね。
満月の夜は引力も強くなってるって科学的に実証されてんだ。当然人間にもその影響は及んでる。
人の出産にもってことっすか？
出産だけじゃねえよ。バイオリズムって言って普通の生理現象はもちろん、交通事故や事件、病、興奮すると頭に血が上ってるって言うだろう。あれは月の引力に引っ張られてるんだよ。
そりゃ極論だと思うっすよ。まるで個々の感情なんて関係なくて全部月のせい。
そこまでは言わねえがな。集団心理っていうの。この街に来た途端に楽しい気分になってちょっと無茶したくなったりするかもしんねえんじゃないの？
So hang on, let me actually go to the restroom real quick. But I'll leave a question. I'll leave a poll. I will BRB, and I'll take off the heart rate monitor this time before I go, so I hopefully don't have to reconnect it when I come back. have returned. And my cat is here too. Yay! Get everything set back up. Welcome back. Thank you. My cat is so cute. She's so baby. For real. I can't believe the other day when I was streaming Starving when we took control of the sight cream and she like tried to swipe at it. Oh baby. I feel like I should put on some like cat videos for her sometime. Okay. And also, I see so far there's one vote for yes, but only when I was a kid, and yes, multiple in my poll for have you gotten cavities before? I have also. I have cavities, or I have gotten cavities. I guess. I hope I don't have any at the moment, but who knows? But yeah, I was talking with my one friend about this, but she's never gotten a cavity before, even when she was a kid, and I'm so jealous. Like I think it's just, you know, genetics for me. So sad. Wow. But crowd psychology.
ニュージェネの一連の事件に対する反応だってそうだ。この街でそのニュースを見た連中は大つまこいつま。
Ah, she's biting the headphone.
自分だけは被害者にならないって気持ちだ。対岸。
そういう集団心理も G レートのせいってことか？
可能性としてはありだろう。渋谷に来たら楽しい気分になるってのが若いやつらの頭の中に無意識にすり込まれれば。
若者がこの街に行かれる理由になるってわけですね。
Sua really is a fast learner, Ban thought to himself, impressed. The junior detective was still young, but that part of him truly was worthy of praise. In addition, what set him apart from other young people was that he did not just follow his seniors blindly. Whenever he had a question, or whenever he thought something did not make sense, he would always voice it, despite the fact that he was a junior in name.
G レートについては一応分かったんですけど、それもし G レートに影響されて今回みたいな。
そいつはこれから調べないんです。専門家。
Specialist.
先輩は調べないんですか？
俺はデカだ。
Ban smirked from year to year.
調べるのはニュージェネのことだけだ。そのために今日はわざわざ仕事サボって現場の G レートが測ったんだ。もしこれまでの一連の現場の G レートが異常を示したなら、
まさか。
So's eyes went wide and he stopped dead in his tracks. It seemed as if he had realized what Ban was trying to imply.
G レートが異常だとしたら次の事件が起こる場所をある程度予測できるんですね。
そう決まったわけじゃない。それをこれから調べる。
Alright, well, there was something lurking within this city, something yet unknown, hidden deep beneath its flashy exterior. Perhaps it was akin to Pandora's box, something not meant to be touched by the hands of men. Thoughts such as these pervaded Ban's mind as he watched the pedestrians file down the streets of Shibuya. We back here. As soon as I heard those words, I knew I couldn't take it anymore. Fess had been going on and on about all these things I didn't care about, all while continuing to dodge what I'd actually asked her. I couldn't possibly care any less about some greater will, or why Shibuya attracts young people, or whatever else. There was only one thing I wanted to know.
ディソードはどうすれば手に入る？
Mustering up my courage, I asked Fess that question.
教えてよ。
Without changing her aloof expression, Fess gazed down at the D-sword she was holding. Despite how gigantic the sword was, she seemed to be handling it with incredible ease. Maybe she just had an absurd level of physical strength or something. Why is it that you'll go on and on about all this random shit, yet you can't tell me the most crucial thing I need to know? Find it all by yourself. You don't know? Then how in the living F did you get the D-sword you're holding in your hand right now? So, in other words, those without the power couldn't see them? But I could see it extremely clearly. But then, what did she mean by the power? Was she saying that I had supernatural powers? Like what the two Fesses in front of me had? It can only mean one thing. If Shogun and Yua were destroying my life because of it, I didn't want the stupid BS power. But I still did want a D-sword. Because it'd grant me salvation. Fess had said so. Stuff like the greater will and the reason why Shibuya attracted young people made no difference to me. I didn't want some random power, nor did I want to be roped into all this BS in any way, shape, or form. But in order to escape the clutches of Shogun and Yua, I had to get my hands on a sword. Fess's answer was as ambiguous as every other damn thing she'd said. Biting my lip, I tried desperately to think of any way I could extract information from her. But as a person who is terrible at talking to 3D people, I couldn't think of anything that'd be effective at all. I tried to pull from my bank of eroge situations. Everything you're doing is really unsettling. Man, I may or may not be extremely effed up. Taku. Yes, so regret your salvation as there has nothing to do with a huge book as I can possibly go out. Yeah. Oh. Fess turned her back to me, then slowly began to walk deeper into the tunnel. When she said that, I realized that we still hadn't introduced ourselves to each other yet.
Nishijo Takumi.
I couldn't see Fess's expression from where I was. Why she was laughing, I didn't know. Okay. Ayase was moving farther and farther away. I fearfully turned my head to see what happened to the other Ayase, only to find out that she had disappeared without a trace. Had she literally disappeared? Or had she just walked out of the underpass? Ayase had said the other Ayase was a delusion. Maybe that was the power of the D-sword. I returned my gaze to the inside of the underpass, and right as I did, I saw that Ayase was going up the other staircase, which was about 50 meters deeper into the tunnel. Eventually, her figure disappeared completely, and now all that remained was the eerie silence of the underpass. I wasn't brave enough to yell after her. I was too exhausted to run after her, and I was overwhelmed with the feeling that it wasn't worth the trouble. In the end, all I could do was return home as cautiously as I could, making sure not to be spotted by Yua or the police on the way. Okay. We back. I felt like it'd been ages since I'd last been in my base, but in reality it'd only been half a day. I left my computer on, leaving my seira-tan screensaver to cast a pale light together with her smile across the dark room. I locked the door tightly from the inside and threw myself onto the sofa. When I closed my eyes, I couldn't help but remember everything that happened today. I couldn't believe even the police thought I was the culprit. Like where the police can wait from outer space, yeah. They had it all wrong. There was absolutely no way I could have killed all those people. Investigate like you actually give a shit. This isn't a game. Otaku freaks like myself were ostracized by society, so they must have thought that they could just pin the crime on one of us and the public wouldn't even bat an eye. They couldn't actually catch the real culprit, so they wanted to save face by using me as a scapegoat. Damn it, what could I do to clear my name? Yo, jump scare. The scene at that cafe flashed before my eyes, sending a chill down my spine. There existed someone that was even more terrifying than the police. Yua, my enemy. I had been so unbelievably relieved that I hadn't heard anything from her recently. I had been growing more and more confident that she'd never contact me again. But today, I realized that I'd been mistaken. In order to oppose all of them, I needed a D-sword. I glanced at the cheap sword that was leaning against my PC desk. It was a fake. Ayase had said that only people with the power can see them. The day I'd bought my sword, Nanami had seen me with it, and, unlike Ayase and Sena's swords, it didn't glow. Where would a real one be? I had to get my hands on one as soon as possible. If I didn't, I was doomed. Getting wrapped up in something this insane. It sucked so much.
あなたは DID 多重人格なんです。
No, that's not true. It's impossible. Multiple personality disorders are supposed to be rare in Japan. You've been watching way too many goddamn movies, you. I don't have multiple personalities. There's no proof of that at all.
違う。あれは違う。
Like, I guess I would explain the memories, or not having the memories with Mimi, but... Yeah, huh. That chat log is consistent with what you had told me.
あんなの捏造だ。
well.
証拠にはならない。
But there's no proof that I don't have multiple
先
personalities.
生は僕を多重人格だなんて診断しなかった。
But that very doctor, Dr. Takashina, is now gone for some unknown reason.
僕は僕だ。僕が一番よく知ってる。
But I don't actually know myself. I felt chills on the nape of my neck. The usual presence. Someone was watching me. The unknown gaze. Whose eyes are those eyes?
そうだ。将軍だ。あいつが犯人だ。ユアは将軍のってニュージェネ事件だって全部将軍が。
But the Shogun truly exists? Are you sure he isn't just a delusion?
僕はまともだ。まともなんだ。そうでしょ。
I clutched my head and shouted out to no one in particular. But what I got in reply was...
メールだよ。ボケナス。
Seira-tan. Seira? I sluggishly made my way over to the computer and checked my email. The sender was grim. Found something interesting was the subject line. It was probably just bait, and the contents of the email were meant to fuck with me. I didn't have the energy to deal with him personally right now, so I stuck to just reading the email. Neidhart-kun, why haven't you joined the chat room at all lately? You haven't been on ESO either, so I had no choice but to email you. YouTube. I would have told you to watch this vid because it's seriously effed. I know what you're thinking, it's probably just screaming with me, but no. It was recorded by the new gen perp, and it's going absolutely insane over it. Hurry up and watch it before you miss the hype, SMH. Salute. There's passive generation. A video that had been recorded by the new gen culprit? My fingertips on the mouse began to tremble. I couldn't take my eyes off of the email. Did that mean the killer was in the video? Who was it? No. Was it me? I both wanted to see it and didn't want to at the same time. This was the proof. Proof that I wasn't the killer. Or proof that I was the killer. Ooh. Which one it would be, I didn't know. It was a gamble. Feeling my heart begin to beat faster and faster, I moved the mouse cursor and hovered over the link. But I couldn't work up the courage to click the URL.
私、あなたを助けたい。
Shut up! Don't treat me like a criminal. Don't act like you feel sorry for me. I didn't do it! You're the one on the criminal's side, Yua. In an intense fit of rage, I clicked on the URL. Okay. There's a YouTube video. #1 on trending right now. A suicide group dive off Cornelius Tower. It's uploading. Dive. Ooh. Scuba diving. Madness in Shibuya. Okay. Oh, whose eyes are those eyes? Generation. The word loading appeared in the video window.
僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない僕じゃない。
In reality, it only took about 10 seconds for the video to load, but those 10 seconds felt like an eternity to me. Eventually, it finished loading and the video started to play. Okay, ooh. It was a video of a very dark place. The background was pitch black, maybe it was indoors. I leaned my head in close to the monitor, trying my best to parse the information on the screen. Oh, I'm scared. It was dark and therefore hard to see, but there were several men and women there. They were all making a ton of noise. Are they crying? Maybe it was because the bitrate was too low, or maybe it was because the people in the video were too distraught. I couldn't make out a single thing they were saying. Every once in a while, whenever someone screamed violently, the sound would clip horribly. After watching for a bit longer, I was able to determine that there were 5 people in the video. If you included the cameraman, it would be 6. The cameraman didn't enter the frame at all. Because of how dark it was, the faces of the 5 people were just barely visible. As though to comfort one another, they were caressing each other's heads, patting each other's shoulders, and hugging. I could also hear the high-pitched sobbing of a girl, likely overcome with emotion. It was definitely bizarre, but how did this video have any connection to New Gen? Was the person filming this really the New Gen culprit? At the very least, I knew I had no memory of recording something like this. Oh, is your memory reliable though? Are you getting closer? And then, after a short while, the camera, or rather, the person holding the camera, began to slowly move forward. The 5 subjects, who were about 5 meters away from the cameraman, gradually grew larger and larger. The picture was fairly grainy. Maybe the original image data was being encoded at an extremely low bitrate in order to reduce its size. A modern video camera should have a night vision function, so I wondered why the cameraman hadn't made use of it. Could it have been an older camera? As soon as I thought that, the camera suddenly panned to the left and then to the right, showing the surrounding scenery. What I had initially thought was just the pitch-black darkness of a room was actually the night sky. In other words, the video had been recorded outdoors. As for the reason why there wasn't a single building or anything, it was because the video had been taken on the roof of a skyscraper. The 5 people were on the edge of the roof of a very tall building. Right behind them was the ledge, and right below the ledge was the glittering nightscape of Shibuya that could only be seen at high altitudes. Finally, I understood. I finally understood what this video was. I finally understood why it was said to have been recorded by the New Gen culprit. Yeah. A locked room mystery in which a group of 5 men and women jumped from the roof of Cornelius Tower. The sole fact that remained unclear about New Gen was whether or not this specific incident was a murder case or a group suicide. If this video was of the 5 people who jumped to their deaths, then that would mean that there had been a 6th person at the scene when the incident occurred. The 5 people shown in the video hadn't just been making noise for the sake of it. They were all slumped down on the ground, crying and shouting as they huddled together. They all refused to give up, despite the fact that they were fated to die soon. One was shaking their head in denial as they cried. One was clutching their hair tightly as they fell to their knees, their shoulders heaving with each sob. One was pleading with the cameraman as they sobbed, asking why they were doing this. One had already gone mad and was laughing as tears streamed down his face. It was a rabid, violent desire to stay alive, a fervent, intense plea to not die. Disconsolate indignation that screamed, "Why is this happening to us?" Innumerable raw emotions swirled around the group. Yet, in a bizarre juxtaposition, the cameraman's voice was never once heard. The cameraman was eerily calm.
やめろ。やめろ!
No matter how much I pleaded with the footage that had been taken nearly a month ago, nothing was going to change. I knew full well that it was meaningless, but I subconsciously screamed at my monitor all the same.
こいつらみんな死にたくなんかないんだぞ!
With no possible way for my words to reach them, the camera the cameraman was holding moved even closer to the 5 people. Terrified, the 5 of them all tried to crawl away, to get away from the camera. But they couldn't. Behind them was the very edge of the helipad. There was no guardrail of any kind. The 5 of them had nowhere to go. If they moved back even a little further, they would fall. Refusing to heed the 5's pleas for their lives, the cameraman continued to focus solely on filming, as if to agitate the 5 all the more. He had driven them completely to the edge, to the point where they took no further action at all. Then, without any sort of cue, nor any form of signaling one another, the 5 people who had all been crying out in grief suddenly fell silent. Then they all stood up. The wind on the rooftop of the Cornelius Tower was powerful. Beckoned by the wind, the 5 of them nearly staggered. If there was even the slightest misstep, they would fall. As if in preparation for such a thing, the 5 men and women all joined hands, seemingly in resignation. They grasped each other's hands tightly.
よせ。やめろ。謝るな。
Silence. It seemed to me that even the sound of the wind whipping violently through the air had stopped. All I could hear was the sound of cars driving along Shuto Expressway at the foot of the building. Even then, the cameraman did not make a single move. And then, a single person among the 5 whispered.
その目誰の目?
His eyes are those eyes. I froze in front of the monitor, feeling as though my heart was being strangled by an ice cold hand.
なんでまたその言葉なんだよ!
Wasn't this supposed to be the first new gen case? Whose eyes are those eyes? Had been the dying message from the vampire case, and that one came forth. This didn't make any goddamn sense. Paying no mind to the screaming inside my head, the video continued to play. Hand in hand, the 5 men and women slowly stepped out into the empty air, almost as if there was a path laid out before them. And then, just like that, the 5 fell into the nightscape of the big city. I bit my lip and covered my eyes. Okay. The group dive hadn't been a mass suicide. It, too, was a murder case. The culprit had been there when it happened. And as for who'd filmed the video, I knew who it was. Mixed in with the sound of the strong wind on the rooftop, mixed in with the sounds of the 5 people crying out in grief, mixed in with the blaring horns from Shuto Expressway below, I was certain that I'd heard one particular faint sound. It was the sound of creaking steel. A sound that could only be heard when the cameraman was moving forward. Oh, wheelchair? Sound of a wheelchair.
あの時、僕の前に現れたのは現実だったんだね。カメラの目線が低すぎだよ、将軍。
Well, Chapter 4, D-Sword. Finished Chapter 4. Wow. Okay, Chapter 5, Delusion. Man, that's spooky though. To no one's surprise, the leaked video of the group dive exploded. Grandma told me that the entire internet was going insane, and lo and behold, he wasn't lying. A huge chunk of that channel is now convinced that all 4 new-gen murders have been committed by the same person. Sorry, the video to group dive happens on the skyscraper. Yeah. Oh. Lame miser. Whose eyes are those eyes? Is the new gen killer's signature move. School dropout to be. The guy who upped it on YouTube has to be the perp. Whose eyes are those eyes? We ate. It's so freaking sweet. Night guard. Okay, I'll report that in media. Whoa, whose eyes are them? TLDR, we was written out at the scene of the vampire, yeah? That means there's a connection between the first and last case, despite all the people saying they had nothing to do with each other. Which then means that the man-child and crucifixion cases also have to be connected. Damn, I'm getting way too into this. Whose eyes are those eyes? Also, Weight's first appearance was at the vampire case, so I couldn't possibly have copied the group dive. No, don't look. Well, you know, he did. I saw the video, but it looks fake as shit. Some actors just did it for the views. I bet one pair on it. So that's really stuff using whose eyes or whatever F so often. The killer just wants attention and you're giving it to him. Same dude did all the New Gen murders? Whose eyes are those eyes? Nah, the tower in that vid's actually just 2 meters tall and there's a trampoline or something below it. Well, no. Agreed. If that face keeps being a trend, there will keep being more murders. Tone it that down. It's not just a meme anymore. Yay. I live in Shibuya. Don't YouTube videos. Stopping to try the view count skyrocketing. It's so brutal. Don't look, guys. Trying to make the MHK News' top report. No. Anything from the perp behind We8 yet? Breaking news taking over every station. Woohoo, except to TV though, fool. The news on TV was just as erratic. Like 140 had said, every available station save for to TV had been interrupted by the breaking news, where they'd played the leaked video on loop. The broadcast had lasted for about an hour. It was pretty shocking to see that the footage had actually been broadcast across the entire country. Of course, all the stations censored the part where they dived off the building at the end, but it was still extremely impactful. The opinions of those on TV were more or less the exact same as everyone's online. They all attributed the 4 New Gen cases to the same culprit. Then again, that wasn't really much of a surprise. They'd finally found a common denominator between them after all. Whose eyes are those eyes? It had become a popular phrase all throughout Shibuya. The phrase had first been shown to the world when the details behind the 4th case, the vampire, were shared. People then learned that the victims of the group dive had said it as well, even though it occurred a month before the vampire case. In the 4 incidents that had occurred so far, it had been used in both the first and the last one. It had to mean something. It made the theory that a single person was behind the murders all the more probable. The police then held a press conference, stating that they intended to identify the person who posted the video as soon as they could. A number of politicians commented that the actions of the culprit were completely deplorable and that they needed to be apprehended immediately. The YouTube video had been removed by a moderator less than 3 hours after it was uploaded, but by then it was too late. That channel had already gotten their hands on it, and from there, nothing could have stopped it from being re-uploaded and spreading like wildfire. And then, just before midnight, the following facts had been revealed through a police statement. Room 37. The group dive video was uploaded from a computer located in a Shibuya manga cafe known as that cafe. It was uploaded from a specific private room in the facility. Room number 37. Dun dun dun. That's our room. I sat paralyzed in my seat, my head hanging low as I hugged myself tightly. Without realizing it, I had started eavesdropping. I was becoming hypersensitive to the voices coming from my surroundings. I overheard a lot of conversations, and, unsurprisingly, the group dive video was a topic on everyone's minds. Some girls were even jokingly saying to each other, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" I bit my lip and let my gaze wander onto the surface of my desk. That video was evidence. Evidence that Shogun actually existed. Evidence that I hadn't killed anyone. It proved that I didn't have multiple personalities, that the old-looking man in a wheelchair was the New Gen killer. But Why would Shogun even upload it? Why would he hint at himself being the killer when the culprit's identity had been shrouded in mystery so far? Only two explanations made sense to me. One, Shogun was showing off by killing people because it amused him, which was pretty likely considering that time when he'd appeared in front of me. Or he was trying to provoke me. For some reason, Shogun and his underling Yua were doing everything in their power to F with me. I didn't know the reason why, I just knew that they were trying to frame me as the Mugen culprit. At this point, even the police were probably suspicious of me. Shogun was trying to corner me.
僕のメッセージは受け取ってくれた？目覚めるんだ。早く。でないと。もっとたくさんの人が死んじゃうことになるから。忘れないで。君は逃げちゃいけない。
Face is catchy indeed. I can play the game I was talking to the cat with. Whose ears are those ears? Whose paws are those paws? Aw. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh wait, I didn't read that all. When he'd appeared in front of me, that was what he'd said. It felt like he'd been trying to intimidate me and that he was basically saying, I'm going to kill you too. Don't you dare run away. And now he totally blindsided me by uploading that video and making sure that it spread all throughout Japan. There was no doubt that Shogun had moved his plan to the next phase. It'd been naive to think that I wasn't being targeted anymore. If anything, it'd be more accurate to say that his plotting against me had moved from passive to active. It was now finally in full swing. I was terrified, especially of that video. Shogun had killed 5 high schoolers without even lifting a finger, despite being even worse off physically than me. If all the Nugent cases were actually his doing, then all those other gruesome murders, the man-child, crucifixion, and vampire, had all been enacted by that very same frail body. Or maybe Yua had helped him out. In any case, I didn't have any faith that I'd be able to defend myself against people who'd commit such horrible atrocities. Just thinking of them sent chills down my spine. Chills that combined with the red-hot anger I was feeling. Why was I being targeted like this? What did I do to deserve it? And there was also that message. Whose eyes are those eyes? If I wasn't careful, I would start trembling uncontrollably. To keep that under control, I had to keep my body from relaxing. I had to always be aware of my surroundings and be ready to bolt the second I sensed someone approaching. I didn't know when Shogun or Yua would show themselves again. Well, I had no guarantee that Yua was Shogun's only underling. Maybe even my own classmates were under his influence, their laughter and idle chatter acting as mere camouflage until just the right moment. I had to find a way to parry surprise attacks like the one in that cafe yesterday. If I didn't, I'd be killed next time for sure. I needed to get a D-sword ASAP! The only way out of this was to get a D-sword. I'd internalized what Ayase and Suna had said, and I'd searched online about it, and it all had me convinced. Getting my hands on the D-sword would save me. The night before, I desperately tried to gather information on D-swords while keeping an eye on the new gen shitstorm, but my research barely bore any results. I cradled my head, tearing at my greasy hair. How was I supposed to find a D-sword?
見つけなくちゃいけない。方法なんて私にはわからない。
Ayase had said that, but that was barely even a hint. My thoughts weighed heavily on me. I was starting to freak out. My heart was steadily getting crushed by anxiety. I needed to hurry and find a D-sword. Whatever it took, I had to find one. If I didn't, I'd be done for. Before becoming Eugen's next victim, I had to find one. But I needed to find out how. I had no clue how you were supposed to get one. I needed some kind of hint. Something. Anything. I had to figure it out fast, or I'd lose my chance at finding it. Was I even capable of finding one? This was no time to be at school. It was my own life or graduating. I didn't need to debate which one was more important. And yet, why was I... Sensing someone was approaching me, I quickly raised my head and braced myself for contact. Brace for contact. Mimi was standing there, blinking repeatedly as if she'd been stunned by my sudden movement. I made you jump? Stop scaring me like that. All the stress in my body released at once, and I crumpled on top of my desk with a big sigh. Fulfilling our usual quota, Mimi peered into my face. I hurriedly lowered my eyes. Was Mimi with me or against me? An ally or an enemy? After she'd saved me, I'd grown a lot less wary of her, but there was still a ton of unanswered questions that I had yet to figure out. Like why she'd been covered in blood at the scene of the crucifixion, or how we were supposed to be such good friends and that we'd been classmates since our first year, yet I had no recollection of it. Mimi tilted her head slightly, a worried expression on her face. I turned away from her. I couldn't say it to her face. When the classes for the day finally ended, I felt like every ounce of energy had been drained from my body. Even during class, all I'd done was remain on high alert, repeatedly scanning my surroundings. I hadn't slept since yesterday, but staying this vigilant kept me wide awake. The school day felt like an eternity, and the sheer amount of time I'd spent there sent me spiraling into a deep depression. Why is it that the way we perceive time changes depending on our mood? Some say that time flows at a constant rate, but that might not actually be true. The speed of time changes depending on each person's subjective perspective. I've always theorized that it's a conspiracy to homogenize humanity's understanding of the concept of time by implementing units like seconds and hours, all so they can deceive people into forgetting that perception of time varies from person to person. And, building off that theory, if the length of time is dependent on each person's perception, then, conversely, doesn't that mean that the flow of time can be controlled at will? As I thought about that, I remembered Senna talking about controlling other people's wills. And, conversely...
生まれながらに目が不自由な人でも目の前にある景色がちゃんと見えるようになる。ビデオカメラのような映像機器を介して。
Video data from a camera is converted into electrical signals that are sent directly to the brain, causing the person to observe that sequence of images. Conversely, that would mean converting the images that a person observes into electrical signals, then sending them to equipment that can render video. The aforementioned equipment didn't have to be a video camera either. For example, what would happen if you connected a person to a hard disk recorder, then showed them recordings of someone's vacation? What if, instead of real-life recordings, you showed them an anime? Technically, anime is 2D and therefore delusionary. But people who are blind from birth have never seen anything from the 3D world, so if they were shown an anime and told, "This is how the world is," they would believe that the 2D world is reality, right? To that person, that delusion would be their reality. A delusion perceived as reality. Oh. Here's another example. Okay, let me save real quick. But yeah, how is she covered in blood? Yeah. Taku. Okay, let's see what will happen. Here's another example. If person A sent an image from their brain to a hard disk recorder that processed it and transmitted the image to person B's brain, then person A's delusion would become person B's reality. Delusion becoming reality. In theory, it was possible. Holy shit, I was a genius, Lamau. I was over the moon by how brilliant my theory was. Maybe that was how I'd acquire D sword. Ayase had said they had something to do with delusions, hadn't she? Alright, I should hurry up and go home so I can look it up. Okay. Huh. Okay. Not woozy. I left the classroom and headed for the school entrance, refusing to let my eyes wander anywhere. As I made my way out, I stuck to my usual routine, walking as close to the wall as I could, all while keeping my head low so that I wouldn't stand out. The final bell had already rung a little bit ago, so while the students on cleaning duty or doing clothes shit were still around, basically everyone who'd opted to go straight home already had. School always felt somewhat lonely, or even wistful after the final bell rang. No matter where I went, it always felt that way, whether they were ancient buildings made out of wood or newer structures like seira-tan. Well, not that I'd ever set foot in any wooden school buildings in anything other than Eroge. As I unconsciously walked through the corridor under the setting sun, my mind wandering around all sorts of inconsequential stuff, I spotted a strange figure coming toward me. It was a single girl waddling forward, carrying 2 large cardboard boxes. I couldn't see her face behind the boxes, and she probably couldn't see a thing in front of her. Someone was asking to eat shit. If this were an eroge, this scenario would 100% result in us running into each other and me tripping a flag. I thought about attempting to do just that, but concluded that it'd be best to keep it as just a thought, because in reality, I didn't want to actually do it. Instead, my alarm bell started going off. There was a legitimate possibility that she was one of Shogun's assassins. Stay away from her. Be extremely careful. I paid careful attention to each of her steps. She kept drawing nearer, sometimes tilting to the left or to the right. I, meanwhile, kept walking along the left wall of the corridor. As the girl started moving to her right, I sped up. We then passed each other without any issues. But right then, I heard something fall, and I quickly turned my gaze downward without even thinking. Student handbook. Someone had dropped their student handbook. I stopped in my tracks. Had the girl with the boxes dropped it? As I stared at the student handbook, my thoughts began to wander. Doubts arose in my mind. Why had that student handbook fallen at that exact moment? It was way too conspicuous. It was practically begging to get picked up. Was it a trap? Had she dropped it on purpose? The girl had been carrying boxes with both hands. Her hands were occupied. If the student handbook had been in her skirt pocket, it would have been entirely impossible for her to take it out and drop it. However, I hadn't seen where it had fallen from. Maybe the girl had been holding it from the very beginning, hiding it beneath the boxes. I wasn't sure. It might not have been on purpose. The more realistic option was that it was just coincidence. I followed the girl's figure with my eyes, or tried to anyway.
Huh?
At that precise moment, the girl took a turn down the hall and disappeared. I had only seen her for a split second. She hadn't looked like someone I knew. Her hair had been short, I think? No, maybe it had been long, actually. I couldn't say for sure which. Naturally, I hadn't seen her face either. When I passed her, it had been hidden behind the boxes. The student handbook and I were now all alone in the hallway. The sensible options probably were to either pick it up and deliver it to the staff room, or rush after the girl and ask her about it, but I was hesitant to carry out either. I looked around me. There were no other students in sight. I could somewhat make out the sound of girls laughing happily in the distance. It probably wasn't a trap. The handbook's owner had already left. How could this possibly end up being a trap? Could there be a small bomb inside the handbook? Imagine. No, that was way too unrealistic. If I picked up the handbook right at that moment, nothing would happen. Yeah, nothing was going to happen. Just in case, I should check the handbook to see who the girl was. She could have been one of Shogun's underlings. I should check her name, class, and photo, then leave the handbook here. I couldn't be out to go after her and give it back. Nevertheless, I still carefully scanned the area just to be sure no one was around. Then, after I was sure I was alone, I picked up the handbook and casually opened it to the first page. Okay, whose eyes are whose eyes? Oh, that's scary. There's just no information here. But is this real? Or are we just seeing things? What was that? I'd never been so creeped out before. It was so unbelievably eerie. That is really creepy though. It didn't just scare me. I felt sick to my stomach. This was very clearly malicious, blatant harassment aimed specifically at me. Who who would go so far as to do this? Wait, of course! It had to be the girl from before. That girl actually was Shogun's underling. She had to be. I'd only glanced at the student handbook, but all the information that should have been on the first page, such as the name, the birth date, and the class, was blacked out. In addition, the portrait that should have been attached had been removed. I felt like I was gonna puke. Ooh. I was hit with an intense wave of nausea. I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Covering my mouth, I moved toward the stairs. I ran through the courtyard with no real destination in mind until I could no longer hold back the urge to vomit. Oh. I don't like that sound. The second I fell to my knees, the entire contents of my stomach began spilling out. Gross. The stomach acid made my throat burn. My vision blurred from tears. It was hard to breathe. The aftertaste was absolutely vile. I must have been way more maxed than I thought I was. Oh, I might have been because of the all-nighter I'd pulled. Oh, my cat. As I wiped the corners of my mouth, I looked around me restlessly, but I couldn't see a soul. However, the shadowy corners and the blind spots I'd never usually paid attention to had become terrifying to me. I'd begun to think that Yua and Shogun might be hiding in them. The second my brain came up with that, I could no longer take a single step. Someone save me. I wanted to cry. I felt nauseous all over again. I didn't end up vomiting, but I dry heaved several times. The pain made me cry even harder. I was nearly sobbing at this point. But then someone's hand began to gently rub my back. Terrified, I turned around. Okay, who is it? Oh, Rimi. Rimi was there. I wasn't being condemned for feeling this way. No, her words were a tender affirmation. Wow. She didn't even so much as grimace at the smell of my vomit. She didn't show any signs of disdain when she saw my face covered in tears and snot, nor when she saw the vomit still clinging to the corners of my mouth. She simply gave me a gentle smile, reassuring me that it would all be okay. Oh. She drew closer to me. She continued rubbing my back gently. Why was it that, before and even now, every time I thought I needed to be saved, Mimi would always heroically appear in front of me? Right now, Mimi was here. It reassured me. I felt better. Before I even realized what was happening, my true feelings began to pour out, despite the fact that I never talked about myself. Maybe that was why I bothered coming to school. Up until now, I'd always thought I'd be way better off alone. Of course, even now, it was still terrifying to talk to others. I wasn't at all confident in my ability to actually talk to anyone, but with Shogun and Yua trying to destroy my life, I'd never been so anxious, scared, and alone. I wanted someone to be there for me. They didn't even need to be nice to me. I just wanted someone to be present. Those words held no ill will, no hesitation, no irresolution. Her shy gaze suddenly moved up toward the sky. Her eyes were looking so far away. Just what could she be looking at in that sky? Sounds nice. Wasn't that, wasn't that kind of almost like being in a relationship? I was stunned. She was completely serious. I could see it on her face.
どうしてそこまでしてくれるの？
それは
Because it's like, I don't know, it feels too good to be true, but hopefully I am proven wrong. A flag if I'd ever seen one, right? Because I love you, Taku. I could see it coming from a mile away. That had to be what she was going to say, right? Granted, I had no clue why Nimi would have fallen for me. No, wait. This had to be bait. Something similar had happened before, with Yua. With her, it had all been nothing more than deception, ending with me drowning in the depths of despair, so I couldn't get my hopes up. I had to prepare for the worst. Oh my gosh, my cat, what is she doing? Ah. Wait. Okay. It was possible that Nimi too was an enemy. She suddenly saluted me. I was taken aback by the suddenness of it, and my mind shot to the possibility that she was about to reveal her true self. And yet, all I saw on Nimi's face was that same bright, gentle smile.
そんなの友達だからに決まってるでしょ。私にしてみればタクを助けてあげるのは当然なの。どうしてとか寂しいこと言わない。わかった？
Because we were friends. If she'd said, because I love you, Taku, and this is how I'm gonna show it, it would have felt like my life had begun anew. But even if we'd be friends, that alone made me incredibly happy. Having someone being kind to me, having someone do things for me without expecting anything in return. I couldn't believe how happy it made me. It might have been the very first time I'd ever felt like that. But above all else, it made me realize that I wasn't alone. To me, Nimi's existence was my salvation. The nausea I'd felt earlier had finally subsided, and I was feeling much better. Nimi held out a vermilion handkerchief. It had a faint floral scent. I meekly accepted it, but I was too hesitant to use it.
タクにあげる。
ありがとう。
I felt guilty about it, but I ultimately decided that I would accept her generosity. I wiped off the vomit that had stained the corners of my mouth with the handkerchief. It was the first time I had ever received a present from a girl that wasn't a family member. I wasn't so sure about calling it a present, though. She got Demon's finger like a sword. Imagine. For me, someone who was so isolated and helpless, even a simple thing like this felt like an irreplaceable treasure to me. I felt so delighted, so relieved, that I nearly started to cry all over again.
それじゃあ帰ろっか。
Her voice was so carefree.
一緒に。
Oh wait, oops. Apparently she already intended to make good on what she said before, that she'd stay by my side. Not that I told her whether I wanted her to or not yet. But it wasn't like I had any intention of saying no. Being alone terrified me. I didn't want to be alone. As I was now, I had no one to rely on but Nimi. However, I still couldn't say that I was stable now, even with Nimi with me. On the way back, I chose to take a different route than usual, walking cautiously all the way. I couldn't stop trembling. Every corner with even an inch of shadow seemed dangerous. Every time I got to any kind of intersection, I was tormented by delusions of Yua or Shogun waiting for me at the end of it, making me freeze in place. Whenever that happened, Nimi would take over. She would look over toward the end of the intersecting road, and when the coast was clear, she'd nod to me.
大丈夫。誰もいないよ。
Relieved, I followed after her. Everything she'd done without even a hint of irritation.
ねえ、聞いていいかな。一体何があったの？
Something my cat is. Okay. I was slightly hesitant to tell her. If I said something here, Nimi could become a target for Shogun. I would get her involved.
話したくないなら無理に話さなくても。
いや、話すよ。
My mouth had already started moving. Is he gonna tell her everything? I definitely didn't feel comfortable with the prospect of getting her involved, but if I didn't explain to her what was happening here, she wouldn't be able to understand the gravity of the situation. For the sake of my well-being, I had to turn a blind eye to the possibility that it might put her in danger. She'd been the one who said she'd stay by my side, so I was sure she'd be fine with it. So I told her everything. I told her that Shogun was the actual new-gen culprit, that Yua was one of his underlings, that they were both stalking me, what had happened in front of 107 the other day. I laid it all bare, albeit not without a fair share of stuttering. Oh boy. Oh gosh, my cat is knocking stuff over. When I told her about the time Shogun appeared before in a wheelchair, Mimi's lips pursed and she began to ponder. I had always wanted to ask her about back then. Seemed like now was as good as a time as any.
She
certainly didn't sound like she had.
思い出して。大切なことだ。
でも
Mimi frowned, almost like she was hesitant to say what was on her mind.
そもそもあの時渋谷の駅前が無人だったなんてことなかったよ。いつもと同じだった。
So that was what Mimi had seen back then. I was hoping that she and I would agree on what we'd seen, but I guess not. Mimi, or me. Which one of us had seen what the area was actually supposed to look like? Had I been wrong about what I'd seen after all? Had that empty Shibuya been nothing more than a delusion of mine? But if it was, then there was a small discrepancy. An old man had appeared in that empty Shibuya, Shogun. What was the explanation for that? If the Shibuya being empty part was a delusion, then Shogun could be a delusion as well.
駅前って人が多いでしょ？だから車椅子の人がいてもなかなか気がつかないだろうし。要するに見てないってこと。ごめんね、役に立てなくて。
No worries. At the very least, I knew Shogun himself wasn't a delusion. At first, I thought he was just a delusion. But ever since the group dive video had come out, my perception of him had swapped to the exact opposite. Shogun was real. He existed in reality. But that empty Shibuya, meanwhile, it could have been just a delusion. And in reality, the front of the station had been overflowing with people, just like it always was. I was the only one who'd observed something different. A different set of scenery than everyone else. But how could that be possible?
ねえ、それよりお願いがあるんだけど、いい？
Favor? What kind of favor? Mimi joined her hands together in a prayer-like gesture.
CD を買いに行きたいんだ。せっかくここまで来てからちょっと寄っていきたいんだけど。
What kind of CD?
いいかな？
I really wanted to get back to my base as soon as possible. The reason I'd taken such a long detour was because I was afraid of the possibility that Yo or Shogun might have been ready to ambush me. It wasn't so I could go on some shopping spree, but if I were to refuse after all that, she might end up going back on her promise to stay by my side. If I had to F up badly enough, she could get angry and leave by herself. What the hell should I do? This sucked. I needed Mimi to stay with me. I wasn't sure if I could make it to my base alone. MHV. In the end, I wasn't able to refuse. So I did what I had to in order to survive and stuck as close as possible to her. I guess it was reasonable to think that Yua wouldn't attack me in a public place like this. Diving Manor Campaign. But I was more afraid that they might have been hiding among the crowd. Yeah, I just noticed there's a seira-tan poster also. Every time I would almost bump into someone, I would scream inside my head. Mimi's words frightened me. I quickly retreated behind her. Oh. Oust the criminal for a safer city, not my Shibuya. Expel these demons from this place. Let's protect our city. Not my Shibuya. Whose eyes are those eyes? Drive Devil out of Shibuya? Shibuya from terrorists. Nimi was right. There were 2 police cars parked on the road, and right next to them were 3 police officers in uniform. Ugh. The police had also been pursuing me. Obviously, the basis behind it was a completely false accusation, but the incompetent police didn't know that. Those cops might have been searching for me too, or so I thought, but that apparently wasn't the case. The cops' gazes were fixated on the crowd of people marching on the street like they owned it. Were they protesters or something? They were carrying these giant signs and flags, and they were wearing the typical sashes and headbands you'd see among those kinds of people. There was a child marching along with his parents, holding hands with both of them. He looked like he had no idea where he was, and he was holding a t-shirt with the words, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" written on it in permanent marker. I bit my lip. The people marching were of all ages and genders. Their march was mostly silent and solemn, but at times they all echoed their chants. "Drive the devil out of Shibuya, expel his demons from this place." On the signs were a number of different things, such as "Drive the devil out of town" or "Protect Shibuya from terrorists." It must have been some kind of protest against the New Gen incidents. There was no point in protesting against that. If they had the time to do that, then could they please just hunt down Shogun and kill him? Then I wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. Clearly uninterested, Nimi turned her gaze away from the protesters and quickly started walking toward the entrance to the CD shop. Okay. Best sound, top 10. Or bonus point campaign. As soon as we entered the shop, Nimi headed straight toward the indie section. Unlike the J-pop section, there weren't many customers there. That's nice for him, I guess. Nimi stopped in front of shelf P, then started looking for the CD she wanted. But after a moment of browsing, her shoulders slumped. Did she want a Phantasm CD? An indie group whose name started with P? Could that be... Yeah, we actually went to one of their lives. So it was them. How could I not know them? I'd even gone to see their concert, and I owned a CD. I nodded and Nimi smiled. Shall we give her the CD? Can we listen to it together? We have one.
ここ1週間ぐらいあちこち探してみたんだけど、次はいつ入るんだろう。
僕、
Yeah.
持ってる。
Yeah. Nimi's eyes went wide.
持ってるって CD?
I showed her a nod, and when I did that, Nimi... Put her hands on my shoulders. Okay. I think I'll leave this for next time. I'll stop here. So let me save. Actually, first, were there any tips we didn't read yet? Oh, there were. Like a fictional unit of currency that appears in a certain manga. Oh. What manga is that a reference to? Law of universal gravitation. A law discovered by Isaac Newton stating that all matter, energy, and anything that has mass has a force that attracts other things with mass. The force of attraction becomes stronger the heavier the two selections of matter are, and it becomes weaker the greater the distance is between them. The law also applies to the gravitational force exhibited by Earth and other planets. There is a famous story which claims Isaac Newton discovered universal gravitation when he saw an apple fall from a tree, but it is no more than a myth. Magnetite. A type of mineral that is used as a material in magnets. It is black in color, has a metallic cluster, and the crystals have an octahedral shape. Pandora's box, a box given to mankind by the gods in Greek mythology. The people were told never to open it, but a woman named Pandora gave in to her curiosity and opened it anyway, unleashing the many calamities held inside upon the world. It is said that the only thing left remaining in the box was hope. TLDR. That's slang short for too long didn't read, typically used to request a short summary of a lengthy post or thread. It can also refer to the summary itself. Let me see though. What is Perico? Oh, Kaiji. I see. Okay. Alright, let me save. Okay. Let's go back to the menu. Title menu. Yes! Saving system data. Oh. Alrighty. Let me see actually how we're doing on the percentages. 23, 33. I don't remember what they were at the start. 23, 33. I'll remember for next time. For sure. For real. But yeah. And thank you for the stream and have a great day. Thank you for watching. Yeah. I will sleep soon, I think. But yeah, thanks for watching. Good stream today. I think we made good progress. But yeah. Man, Yua showed up again, huh? Mimi. She just seems like too nice, you know? But we'll see, we'll see. I'm also falling asleep. It's 5 AM already. Oof. It's so late for you. Yeah. I've been going to bed earlier these days also, so I'm like, now is the time. I feel like I start to get sleepy, but yeah. I shall go now, but well, let me end the poll as well. Ended up with 50% saying yes, multiple, 25% yes, but just, or never in my life. And then also yes, but only when I was a kid. I see there was someone in here who's never gotten a cavity before. I'm very jealous. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I shall go now, but I hope you all have a good rest of your day/night. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. Good night. See you. Bye bye.